Are we still waiting for Lloyd?
Yes, Diana, he had just some technical issues. He'll
Okay.
be-
We won't open yet till we get confirmation from Lloyd.
And don't worry, I mean, the backup plan could be Lloyd and I just use one computer and switch. We could go here.
There you go.
Now, there's always a solution.
Okay. Just so you know, we are live, but we haven't opened the meeting yet.
All right, I think.
You are live, Lloyd?
Hold on a second. Wait, she just.
Lloyd, you are live. You are broadcasting. Okay. Just wanted to let you know. Okay. We're ready to open the meeting?
Please. Jim, say that again. This is Justice's alley. What?
That IT person, his name is Rushi Salahi, who's on the phone with me now. He, because of this screw up on our end, has signed in under his name. So when you see his name show up,
That's okay.
All right, Lloyd.
We'll work with that.
Lloyd, we heard you and we recognize that. We will let him in. I did not recognize the name.
Thank you.
So we'll tell our IT folks to let that call in. Thank you.
Good morning. I'd like to read an opening statement. This is to advise the general public that in compliance with Chapter 231 of the Public Laws of 1975, entitled Senator Byron M. Bear Open Public Meeting Act, New Jersey Casino Control Commission on October 28th and October 30th filed with the Secretary of State at the State House in Trenton a notice of this hearing. On October 28th and October 30th, copies were mailed to subscribers. Any member of the public who wishes to address the commission will be given the opportunity to do so before the commission adjourns for the day. Please acknowledge the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to
States of America
America,
and to the
to
republic.
republic for which it stands,
stands
one nation under God,
nation indivisible,
indivisible.
Justice for all.
justice for all.
I'll do the roll call. Please answer when I call your name for the record, please. Commissioner Cooper? Here. And Chairman Pelosi?
Here.
The first matter for your consideration this morning is the petition of Premier Entertainment, AC LLC, Twin River Worldwide Holdings, Inc., and Twin River Management Group, Inc., for interim casino authorization pursuant to NJSA 5:12-95 et sec, and other related relief, PRN 1472001, PRN 2832001, and PRN 3032001.
Councils, could you enter your appearances on the record, please?
Sure. Lloyd Levinson from the law firm of Cooper Levinson on behalf of Twin River.
Lynn Kaufman from the law firm of Cooper Levinson on behalf of Twin River.
Thank you. Division?
Camilla, you need to unmute.
That happened last time. So good morning, Chairman Plouses and Commissioner Cooper, Camilla Mendez Ferreira, Deputy Attorney General, on behalf of the Division of Gaming Enforcement.
Thank you. Today, the commission is considering the request of Twin River Worldwide Holdings Incorporated Twin River Management Group Incorporated, who together will be referred to throughout this proceeding as Twin River, and Premier Entertainment, AC LLC for interim casino authorization, or ICA, so that it may be own and operate Bally's Atlantic City Hotel and Casino. ICA is essentially a form of temporary qualifications that allows an entity such as Twin Rivers to acquire and control casino-related assets prior to obtaining its casino license, yet still ensure that the regulatory authorities maintain industry integrity and the appropriate oversight while it pursues plenary casino licensing and qualifications. To start the process, the ICA applicant must submit a completed application as provided in the Casino Control Act and submit a proposed trust agreement and trustee. The division reviews the filings and determines which entities and individuals are required to qualify in connection with the ICA application, and it reports preliminary findings with regard to the applicant's suitability for an ICA. That brings us to today's proceedings. To further evaluate whether Twin River and Premier meet the requirement for an ICA, we will take testimony and consider the presentations of counsel. Before we begin, I understand there are several exhibits that have been pre-marked. Mr. Nance?
Chair, Commissioners, pre-marked exhibits are as follows. The Division of Game Enforcement submitted one exhibit pre-marked as D1. D1 is a report of the Division of Game Enforcement dated October 5th, 2020 on the petition of Premier Entertainment, AC LLC, Twin River Worldwide Holdings, Inc., and Twin River Management Group, Inc. for interim casino authorization. Petition number 1472001. That's 56 pages. The applicant submitted two exhibits pre-marked as A1 and A2. A1 is a trust agreement between Twin River Worldwide Holdings, Inc., Twin River Management Group, Inc., Premier Entertainment, AC LLC, and James R. Rizaldi as trustee, petition number 1472001. And A2 is a slide deck presentation. These are the exhibits that were submitted.
Does counsel want to be heard on the sealing request and the admission of the exhibits into the record?
Just 1 second, was the PowerPoint marked as an exhibit, or shall I do that now, Diana?
It was identified as A2.
Okay.
We called it the slide deck presentation, if you want to call it PowerPoint.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
With respect to the sealing requests, we've made the submission and we've just made some last minute changes, and I believe, obviously the division will speak for itself, but I believe we're in agreement on the sealing request and ask the commission to consider it.
Yes, Commissioner, if I may just first move our report into the record and then speak to the sealing request.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Do we have to take a vote on that?
No, she still wants to speak to it. That's fine.
Thank you.
It's been marked, Camilla.
Okay, so if it is marked and entered into evidence, then as to the sealing request, we would have no objections as long as it is submitted as according to what we have predetermined, so.
Thank you. Commissioner Cooper, do you have any questions regarding the sealing request or the admission of the exhibits?
I have no questions.
I would note, Mr. Chairman, for the record, that the sealing request, and I believe that council has no objection to either, that there's also a sealing request with respect to A1, which is the trust agreement. So it's my understanding for your consideration is a consensual sealing request with respect to A1 and D1.
Correct.
If there's nothing further, I move exhibits A1 and D1 into evidence, granting the petitioner's sealing request with respect to both. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Are there any other procedural matters to be brought to our attention at this time? Hearing none, we'll go into opening statements. Which parties may waive and elect to instead provide direct testimony to the commission?
Chairman, normally at this stage, when we're not on Zoom and we're actually in the CCC conference room, I would have the opportunity to introduce you and Commissioner Cooper to some others who would be sitting on the front row. So if you can imagine the front row being full of people, we want to introduce and have some people introduce themselves, actually. And then we would go into opening statements, and I'm not going to introduce the witnesses that are going to testify because they'll introduce themselves as they testify. But if you wouldn't mind, there's a few people that we'd like you to actually see, and literally 30 to 60 seconds of who they are, since they make up the executive team at Twin River, in addition to the witnesses that you will hear this morning and this afternoon. Would that be all right with you?
Yes, it would be, and you're
Okay.
right there, Lloyd. We always have the front row filled with people that are, involved with these programs and these entities, so we welcome seeing them on the Zoom.
Okay, and we're going to do it by alphabetical order. Sorry, Justice Alley, you're going to be last. But
That's appropriate in a Zoom meeting.
oh, I like that. Hey, way to go. All right, so the first person I'd ask to introduce themselves is Craig Eaton. Craig?
Thanks, Lloyd. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Cooper. My name's Craig Eaton, Executive Vice President, General Counsel, and Compliance Officer for Twin River. I've been with the company for about 15 years now. It's been a great journey. We're growing. Very proud of our regulatory compliance as we go into different states. I've been looking forward to and actually have enjoyed the regulatory process and the licensing process here in New Jersey, I should say, and looking forward to becoming part of the community. So thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Maria Johnson is next. Maria? Maria? Was it? I never stop saying Maria. Maria? Sorry, Commissioner Cooper. I had to get some song in there somewhere.
Love it.
I guess Maria might be having some difficulties, technical ones. So let's move on to Phil Giuliano.
Thank you. Thank you, Lloyd. Thank you, everybody. I am the Executive Vice President and Chief Marketing Officer at the company. Been with them since 2009. Participating in this whirlwind expansion that we've been going through in the last couple of years, and it's really been a very enjoyable thing. I'm sometimes referred to as AC Phil. That's because I'm born and raised in Atlantic City, and I'm proud of it. And whenever I get to talk to in the media, I always refer back to a city that I love, and I really hope that I can make a major contribution in this property and to this city as it continues to move in the right direction.
That's great. Just Phil, one more thing. Just tell the Chairman and Commissioner Cooper which casinos in Atlantic City you actually worked at.
We don't have enough time, Lloyd.
As my mother would say, you can't hold a job.
No, it's actually, it's either that or I have a long and storied career. I started when I was 11, and I've been at it almost 40 years. So actually, to tell you the truth, started at Tropicana, which was then Ramada, Golden Nugget, Trump's Castle, Showboat, Atlantic City Hilton, resorts. And I don't know how I missed Bali, but I finally got there.
Mike Monty.
Good morning. My name is Michael Monti. I am currently the Director of Corporate Finance for Twin River. I've been with Twin River for just about 3 years now. I will be transitioning down to New Jersey and moving there. I'll be in a hotel for a bit, but I'll be moving my family down there to go work at Bally's at the property. I'm a veteran of the United States Army. I was 5 years active, 3 years in the National Guard before I got my MBA, and worked investing for a bit, and then worked for Twin River since then.
And just tell us your education. Where were you educated post high school?
I have an undergraduate degree from the United States Military Academy at West Point, and I have an MBA from Yale.
Thank you. Monique Tarvis, is she on the line? Okay. How about Wanda Wilson? I saw Wanda earlier.
Yes, Wanda Wilson is here.
Hi, Wanda.
Hi, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I am the chair of the audit committee and chair of the compliance committee of the board of Twin River. I have been on the board for a little bit over a year, and I'm very excited to be part of this great expansion that Twin River has undertaken. I've been in the public gaming industry for over 27 years, and until my recent retirement, I was the chief operating officer and general counsel of the Tennessee Lottery. And prior to that position, I served for 10 years as the senior vice president and general counsel of the Georgia Lottery. I was part of the startup teams for both lotteries, so I am used to moving quickly and building businesses from the ground up. In addition to my role as general counsel to the aforementioned lotteries, over the last few years, I have assisted several lotteries doing various procurement processes, and I also served on the U.S. Lottery Compliance Review Panel when U.S. lottery vendors were purchased by non-U.S. companies. So I have had quite a bit of experience in the compliance arena. Prior to working in public gaming, I was an attorney and also a banker, an investment banker in the public finance industry. So I'm excited and very excited about this opportunity to do business in New Jersey.
Thank you, Wanda. General Zazali?
Thank you, Lloyd, and good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioner Cooper, and to my predecessors who just spoke. Hello, and most of all, wherever they may be, hello to Maria and Monique. But I'm pleased to be here. I don't have the depth of experience of most of the folks who have just spoken, particularly AC Phil, but I am proud to have been, as the expression goes, perhaps present at the creation. Just 10 seconds, when Governor Byrne was governor, he asked me both before and when I was Attorney General to escort him to Las Vegas to decide whether this project was worth doing. So while, of course, he made the ultimate decision and everyone has benefited by it, I was pleased to be part of those observations and all the rest of it. Since then, I've been fortunate to serve as Attorney General and, as I mentioned, had dealings with the Casino Control Commission and, of course, was very close to the Division of Gaming Enforcement since I was supervising that division. In more recent years, I've been involved with various casinos, most significantly, I guess, about 10 years ago when I served as trustee for the Borgata MGM matter that some of you probably recall. Bottom line is that I was pleased to be of service then, and I'm privileged to be involved now. You're all serving the public interest ultimately, and you're all serving it well, and I hope to be part of that effort. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Okay, that's the introduction, unless we have Monique and Maria. Okay, so.
Lloyd?
Yeah. Yes?
This is Maria Johnson. I'm on.
Okay, well, we can't see you, I don't think, but we see a big M. So I don't know whether it's Michigan or Maria.
How timely.
But in any event, go ahead, Maria. They can't see you, but they can hear you. So go ahead.
So I'm Maria Johnson. I'm the Senior Vice President of Human Resources. I've been with the property for about 6 years, but have been in the gaming industry for about 25 years.
Great, thanks, Maria.
Sure thing.
Okay, the next thing is normally what I'm going to say now, we do at the end, but for two reasons. I think it's important to make sure it's set up front and also make sure we don't forget to say it at the end. I just want to, and I know I talk on behalf of Lynn also, who you'll be hearing from shortly, that the DGE has been extremely helpful in this process to us. We've worked with many individuals associated with the DGE, but particularly we want to thank Camilla. She has worked literally night and day, as has Lynn, on this. You know, as everybody knows, when you go for an ICA, there are certain statutory requirements on timing that you have to meet. So I take my hat off to Camilla and Lynn, and thank you, Camilla, for being so helpful during this process, as well as the rest of the Division of Game Enforcement. And also, we take our hat off to General Counsel Fauntleroy. She was very helpful towards the end of this process to get this all together so that we can have the ICA hearing today. So thank you, Diana, also. Okay, so now I'm ready to provide a short opening, Mr. Chairman. Should I go now?
Please proceed, Lloyd.
Thank you. So Bally's opened as the third Atlantic City casino on December 29th, 1979, to much fanfare. After all, it was named after the Monopoly Board. It was Bally's at Park Place, and we know how valuable Park Place is on a Monopoly board. I remember back then, the sixth floor of Bally's was the place to see and be seen. Bally's remained one of the leaders in excitement and revenue for many years. However, between December 2016 and September 2020, Bally's has ranked lowest in revenue in the last 36 out of 41 months that casinos have been open, only beating out two newly opened casinos for a few months in 2018. Even more currently, Bally's has been dead last in revenue for the past 18 months that casinos have been open. That will change, but it won't necessarily be overnight. But it will happen under the watchful guidance and marketing strategies of the executives at Twin River. Although the DG report refers to a commitment for capital expenditures of a minimum of $65 million, we are pleased to advise you that upon further review of the property, that number has been increased to a minimum of $90 million. How important will it be to Atlantic City to have Twin River as a new entrant? As Camilla Mendez Ferreira said on page 18 of the DG report that's been marked in evidence, the Atlantic City market will benefit from the entrance of a new participant that neither owns nor operates any other casino properties in this jurisdiction, as well as a reduction in the number of casinos owned by Caesars from 4 to 3. And as Chairman Plaus has said in the Caesars El Dorado matter, the interest of independent operators new to this market provides evidence of investor confidence that independent operators can be successful in the Atlantic City market. From what you will hear today, we are comfortable that you will conclude that Twin River is that independent operator, which has the experience and the vision to make Bally's a place again to see and be seen. Thank you.
Thank you. Your first witness,
No,
Mr.
Camilla.
Levinson?
If I
Division,
may,
I'm sorry.
my, let me unmute. My opening may not be as short as Mr. Levinson's was, but let's see if I can deliver it as well as he just did. So again, good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Cooper, Camilla Mendez Ferreira. On behalf of the division, I'd like to thank Mr. Lloyd for his kind remarks. But again, this was a team effort by the division and even the commission to get to this day today. Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Cooper, as you know, before the commission today is the application of Premier, Twin River, and TR Management for interim casino authorization and ICA. And by director order, TR Management and Twin River have been designated as holding companies of the proposed casino applicant Premier. Twin River will be entering into New Jersey casino market for the very first time with this acquisition of the casino operation of Bally's Atlantic City Casino from Caesars and of the real estate from Vici REIT. The division has conducted a preliminary investigation of Premier and its holding companies, as well as an entity qualifier, Standard RI Limited, which I'll refer to as Standard as needed. The division has also conducted preliminary checks of the necessary natural person qualifiers associated with Twin River, TR Management, Premier, who were identified in the division's report. Separate petitions have been filed to address these matters, and other matters have been identified after our report was filed to you, which we will address at a later point in this proceeding as well. Now, returning to the request of ICA before you, the division has presented you with a report dated October 5th, 2020, that was as detailed and complete as possible, given that petitioners still needed to resolve several critical matters as of that date. The report addressed the requirements of the Act for you to make a determination on the petitioner's request before you today, and it included 4 orders by the director that covered the designation of entities and qualifiers and waivers required for institutional investors of Twin River. Our report was thorough in its financial review and analysis, and importantly, it raised issues in those areas. The report also outlined matters that had been completed by petitioner, but it outlined outstanding items that remain to be addressed prior to today's hearing. As you heard Mr. Lloyd say, that we worked hard to complete certain items. These items have been, the outstanding items in the report have to a certain extent been addressed, and I will now highlight them for you as follows. The division has received, the division set forth certain concerns as follows. Whether the transaction was in the best interest of the public, given certain operational requirements that remained incomplete, most notably a failure to finalize a transition services agreement, a TSA, with the current operators, Caesars, with the current owners. There was a lack of a certificate of incorporation for Twin Rivers that contained required statutory language. There was a lack of a mandatory personnel that needed to be hired or staffed and which required proper licensure. There was also a lack of finalized charter for an audit committee, a compliance plan, or an equal employment business opportunity plan, an EBOP. There was a lack of even a finalized ICA trust agreement at that point, as well as a need to complete basic operational areas to maintain the current business of the casino. In terms of our financial analysis, the division highlighted to you certain capital commitment concerns that could prove important for Bally's to remain competitive in Atlantic City. And especially in light of the current health crisis before us, we raised the need for reinvestment and need for plans regarding overall management, particularly as to employees and a continued staffing, which admittedly Twin River has represented they are willing to expand upon with these projected renovations, and we look forward to testimony in this regard today. As a result of our financial analysis, the division has recommended a number of conditions if ICA is granted. As a matter of update, Some of these concerning items have been addressed, and they are as follows. Since October 5th, the division has received the TSA in execution form. This document will be signed upon the acquisition of Bally's, should ICA be granted. The TSA remains under division review, and we anticipate an order will be entered should ICA be granted, based on the information we have received so far. We have also received confirmation that Twin River has incorporated the required Section 82 provisions into its bylaws, and Twin River has committed to adopting the same required language into their corporate formation documents at its next regularly scheduled annual board meeting. The division has also entered orders approving the Twin River audit plan and committee composition, the Premier Compliance Committee plan, and the proposed committee and the EBOP. The Trust ICA agreement has also been finalized and now submitted to the commission. The CHAB petition has also been filed, and we again expect an order to be entered accordingly if ICA is granted. Internal control matters remain under review. As of the time of and after the filing of the division's report, there have also been transactional developments as to Twin River, including the announcement of the purchase of Jumer's Casino, issuance of new debt senior notes, a transaction with GLPI for purchase of Evansville property and a related Dover Downs lease. Most recently, a Bally's brand acquisition, which led to a recent announcement that Twin River will rename itself in the New York Stock Exchange to Bally as of November 9th, 2020. These important transactions will need to be addressed at this hearing, and to what extent they will impact the Bally's acquisition. Naturally, these will also be reviewed in detail during the division's plenary investigation should the ICA be granted. In all, we expect that these matters raised in the report and occurring thereafter are to be explored and addressed today in the testimony to be heard. Through the testimony, our report, supplemental information received, and additional director orders entered prior to today's hearing, petitioners will endeavor to meet their burden of establishing by clear and convincing evidence that their request for relief may be granted in order to own and operate the Bally's Casino. Based on the above items, the testimony, the report, the orders, and the division's recommended conditions, we submit that you will likely have the necessary basis upon which to decide the matter before you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Levinson, you can call your first witness.
Sure, thank you. George Papanier, please.
Yes, Lloyd.
Mr.
Hi,
Nance,
George.
please swear in the witness.
Could you please state your name for the record?
George Papanier.
Yes, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
George, why don't we start with a little bit of your personal background? Where did you grow up and mature?
Sure, Lloyd. First, good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Cooper. Happy to be with you today. So I was born and raised in Philadelphia. I graduated Bishop Eustace High School in Pennsauken, New Jersey, and graduated Glassboro State, now known as Rowan, where I received my BA in Business and Accounting in 1979. I am also a CPA, but I am no longer active.
And what about your employment history?
Well, I don't have as long as a storied career in AC as Phil does, but I have a long career in Atlantic City. My first job in the casino industry was at the Sands Hotel and Casino in Atlantic City in 1982, when I was hired during their construction phase in a financial capacity. Then I moved to Playboy Elsinore briefly as an accounting manager before being recruited by Golden Nugget and then by Trump Plaza, where I ended my first stint in AC as their VP of finance in the early 1990s. And then I accepted a position in Colorado as Vice President of Operations for Heminer Enterprises, and I ran their casinos in the cities of Black Hawk and Central City, which are just outside of Denver. I was then recruited by Mohegan Sun Casino in Connecticut to be their CFO, and was with them during the greenfield development and construction of the Mohegan Sun Casino, where I was involved also in securing the first ever Wall Street financing for a Native American casino at the time. I then briefly was CFO North America for Sun International, who owned Atlantis in the Bahamas and Resorts Atlantic City before becoming the president of Resorts Casino Hotel in 1997. That's where I ended my second stint in Atlantic City in 2000. I then left to accept the position as Chief Operating Officer for Peninsula Gaming, which was a startup casino company in Iowa. I helped them build a 4-casino company with the casinos in Iowa and in Louisiana before being persuaded to rejoining Sun International to accept the COO position of Lincoln Park in 2005, which turned into the president and CEO position of Twin River in 2010, where I report directly to the board of directors, which I am also a member of. In my role there is responsibility for providing all strategic direction and oversight of the company.
So why don't you, if you would, give us a history of Twin River from the beginning to the present. And we know you've made a lot of investments into different markets. So if you could sort of combine the history of Twin River into your not only recent, but acquisitions over time.
Sure. When I joined Twin River in 2005 as Chief Operating Officer, we embarked on a pretty ambitious renovation and expansion of Lincoln Park, which was just a Greyhound dog track with VLTs. And we converted that into a full-service, slots-only casino, and renamed it Twin River in 2007. 2010, under new ownership, I was named CEO, and we started to transform the property into a full-service casino, focused on organic growth of the only asset which we had at the time, which was the Twin River outside of Providence, and also to aggressively pay down debt. Well, we were so successful in growing Twin River that we found ourselves with a lot of pent-up equity and a great platform for growth, and we decided to diversify and aggressively grow the company at that time. So our first asset purchase was outside of Twin River, was the Hard Rock Casino Hotel in Biloxi, Mississippi. That was also our first hotel casino operation, where we brought that property to a top tier property in Biloxi, Gulfport, Mississippi. In 2015, we acquired the Newport Grand in Rhode Island, which through a legislative initiative and a referendum that we won, we were able to transfer that license to into Tiverton, which is closer to the Massachusetts border, so that we could compete more effectively with Massachusetts. That was a greenfield development, and we opened the Tiverton Hotel and Casino in September of 2018, while simultaneously building the Twin River Hotel in Lincoln, which was which is our flagship property, to better compete with the new casinos that were coming online in Massachusetts. When we then acquired and reverse merged with Dover Downs Hotel and Casino in Dover, Delaware, which gave us a pathway to become public in March of 2019. As mentioned earlier, we traded on the New York Stock Exchange under the ticker symbol TRWH. November 9th, which was mentioned earlier, we will be trading as BALY as a result of our recently announced acquisition of the Bally's brand from Caesars. Then in quick succession, we acquired the 3 Mardi Gras casinos in Black Hawk, Colorado, and we fully integrated them in February of this year. That was followed by the acquisition and the integration of the Isle Capri, Kansas City, Missouri, and the Lady Luck, Vicksburg, Mississippi in July of this year. And then finally, we round out our portfolio with the more recently pending acquisitions, as noted earlier, of El Dorado, Shreveport, Louisiana, Mont Bleu, Lake Tahoe in Nevada, Jumer's Rock Island, Illinois, and Tropicana, Evansville, Indiana, and of course, Bally's Atlantic City.
Excellent. What was the reason for the interest and the intended purchase of Bally's in Atlantic City?
What excited me about the market was the fact that even after the impact of competition that came online from Pennsylvania and New York, the Atlantic City market is still over a $3 billion market when you include iGaming. That's a considerable market. We always felt we could compete for fair share in that market. And also this acquisition allows us into the iGaming and sports betting space in New Jersey, which is very successful. As far as physical attributes, we love the center of the boardwalk location. You can't duplicate that. And we came up with a pretty encouraging plan to enhance the property that will allow us to effectively compete.
So what was the reason for purchasing the Bally name?
It's an iconic brand. It's nationally, the brand's immediately established us as a legitimate casino company from a customer perspective. The brand goes and dates back decades and is familiar with a large portion of our current customer demographic. We're excited about the application prospects of bricks and mortar casinos through interactive technologies. Plus, I can't imagine Atlantic City without Bally's on the skyline. So, we were very happy we were able to get that and maintain the brand there. And then what we'll do is, we're looking forward to continue to integrate the brand in our portfolio.
And the reason for changing the Twin River corporate name to Bally's and different ticker on the New York Stock Exchange?
Well, the brand's synonymous with gaming, possesses generational awareness, and we'll be integrating the brand throughout our portfolio, including our interactive technologies, sports betting, iGaming. So it made absolute sense to change our corporate name to be in line with our portfolio.
What makes you believe that Twin River can make Bally's competitive after what I said in my opening about the fact that they've been last for so many months in a row?
Well, we manage properties in mainly highly competitive markets, so we certainly don't shy away from competition, and we've achieved a lot of success in those markets. I mentioned earlier that we are encouraged by our plan for the property, which will bring it physically to a level it is not seen in over the last several years. So this, in combination with our gaming-centric approach to be related to the business, and that effectively incorporates a very aggressive marketing strategy, and which will be the foundation for our competitive positioning going forward.
So I gather you're saying that Bally's, under Twin River's leadership, can grow the market as opposed to taking players just from other casinos. Why do you say that? Why do you believe that under Twin River leadership, you can grow the market?
Well, we absolutely do believe that. A lot of my team members are from the AC market. We're happy to be back, and we certainly aren't going there to be embarrassed. So we're going to be putting a lot of effort into making this a successful venture. I mentioned that our business model includes an aggressive marketing approach. This approach does not rely on cannibalization of the existing market share, but it really pulls from other forms of hospitality and entertainment. We also have the most robust database in New England of all our competitors in the Atlantic City market. Additionally, our Dover, Delaware property has a significant database of customers from Delaware, Maryland, and Virginia. And all these customers will be solicited to visit Bally's AC. We also believe that there's a significant attribute at the property, and that's it's over 80,000 square feet of convention and meeting space, which we believe is currently underutilized, and Caesars hasn't done it any favors over the last several years as they were pushing more business to other properties. So we do a great deal of convention and meeting business at our Dover properties, and our sales team, they belong to every national organization, and Bally's will now be added to the roster.
Did you have an opportunity to read the division's report?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Are you willing to abide by the conditions set forth in that report?
Yes, we are.
I have no further questions, Chairman.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Pepinier. How are you today?
Wonderful. How are you?
I'm doing quite well. I know you probably discussed a lot of these questions already. I'm just going to, reiterate some of them and ask for further commitments on your part and of your company for the Bally's property and the Atlantic City landscape, if that's okay.
Certainly.
And just so you know where we are going with this, I will speak to a lot of what Lloyd spoke about, what made your decision with Bally's, how important sports wagering is to Twin Rivers, your commitment to this property, and a little bit of the importance of the Bally's brand to you. Okay, so there's no surprises there. Hopefully. Okay, so, you discussed that, and quite frankly, Lloyd took some of my questions, so I'll adapt. But, you spoke to that you were excited about the market and that the location of Bally's was a factor in making it an attractive property for Twin River to purchase it, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and of that, it was the fact that not only it brings sports wagering and iGaming into the table, but also the physical location of the boardwalk. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And why, can you just expand on that a little bit? What about the sports wagering is exciting to you? And what about the physical location of the boardwalk is exciting to Twin Rivers?
Sure. So we believe that New Jersey has certainly led the way in sports betting and iGaming, and it's a model that should be adopted by all the other states. And part of our strategy is to continue to go into the innovative technology space. And because we think that's an opportunity or an evolution of the industry right now. And we think it goes hands in hand with bricks and mortar as we continue to compile database throughout the country. The one thing we know we'll be able to do is we'll be able to cross market with our databases, primarily from some of our regional casinos. And we look and view as Atlantic City as one of those markets which is more resort oriented that would be appreciated by our current database and our ever expanding database. So we'll be able to move a lot of traffic, in our opinion, from primarily New England and the Midwest.
Okay. And I understand it's safe to say, I think, that you believe New Jersey is a solid investment then in terms of sports wagering and iGaming, and you see a valid opportunity there. So you must be excited for your partnership then with FanDuel. And when is exactly that you anticipate your temporary sports book to be brought into for the customers of AC and your permanent sports book?
Sure. Well, pending licensing, we will move on that immediately to put our temporary sports book on the gaming floor. We've identified the location and we're well into the architectural and engineering associated with that. So we would move on that immediately. As far as the permanent sports book, we would also simultaneously, while we're building and operating the temporary, be building the permanent facility, which we've already identified the location, which will be in the old Blue Martini space, which would have direct access off the boardwalk. If you need any more, as far as timing of that, it's I'm not exactly sure, but I think it's about a 3 to 6 month build out. But we also have Mark Cristofori.
Yeah, I understand there may be someone else that will speak to that. I'm glad you spoke about how important the brick and mortar of the facility is in this aspect. And I just want to reiterate, I know that Mr. Levinson spoke that you had an opportunity to read a report Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
Okay, and you are aware that we raised issues as to capital expenditures in the property based on deferred investments of the current owners.
I'm aware of that.
Okay, so you are probably also aware that the commission has imposed conditions on the previous transactions related to El Dorado and Caesars, that if this transaction does not go forward, there is a significant amount of about 125 million that would go towards reparation of that property to bring it up to, to make up for any deferred needs of that property. Are you aware of that?
I am aware of that, yes.
Okay. So if I'm understanding you correctly, I just want to understand that your company is excited to come into the market and be committed to the property, not only the sports wagering operation, but as well as the brick and mortar and the Bally's brand.
Yes, we are. As a matter of fact, every casino that we acquire and in every new market we enter into, as I mentioned earlier, we're a very gaming-centric company. We focus on aggressively marketing, but that marketing, along with that marketing, we focus on what we call a targeted project CapEx program, which is complementary to that marketing. So we have a pretty extensive program for Bally's, which Mark will be getting into later, I believe.
Okay. And I just want to review this with you because our concerns stemmed from, and let me just pull this out if you don't mind. Our concerns primarily stemmed from a series of letters and requests that the division made to your company. On July 17th of 2020, the division had made a request for the company to formally address capital expenditures. And in response, on October 3rd, we received just renovation plans and no budget, no projected completion target dates, no commitment, quite frankly, from the company. Are you aware of that?
I am initially aware of that, yes.
Okay. And then again, the division made a request on September 10th that, the initial submission was insufficient. And we again asked Twin River to provide another detailed CapEx plan and a formal commitment to the division addressing these deficiencies. And in response, on September 27th, Twin River submitted a letter again to the division outlining potential projects, which were all very valid as to renovation projects and how excited you guys were to enter the market. But it again was deficient in budget, projected completion target dates, and commitments. Are you also aware of that?
I am. Yes, I am.
And then lastly, on September 22nd, the division again advised that, after all of these requests, we still remained unable to opine on a financial commitment or, where we stood with capital commitments. And it was only on September 24th that a division received a letter by your company that committed to spending $65 million on capital improvements over the next 5-year period as to Bally's. And it outlined, and I'm sure Mark will speak to how that proposal will be for the next few years. But are you aware that that letter only came in September 24th?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so the point being that this is why the division raised these concerns in our report. And I'm glad to hear today that the number has been raised to a minimum of 90 million. However, we have not received, again, anything in writing, sir, yet that will substantiate these numbers. But my question is really, are you prepared, if ICA is granted, to submit the capital expenditure plans that are required under the regulations to substantiate those numbers and which are required under the regulation?
Yes, we're fully committed to that.
Okay, perfect. And again. I understand we spoke about the Bally's brand and how important it is and how iconic I do think it is to not only AC, but, in gaming in general. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe it was an agreement that was entered by TR Management. Is that the understanding for Twin Rivers and entered by TR Management?
I'm not exactly sure of the exact entity, but certainly TRWH entered into agreement with Caesars for that brand.
Okay, and so the entire Twin River will be rebranding and will be keeping that brand. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I'm just curious, sir, and we spoke a lot about the rapid expansion that your company is undergoing. Has it been difficult for the company in any way to manage its growth? And what I mean by that, are there any areas that you found particularly, just difficult to manage? And it could be also in light of the recent health crisis that we've had. I know that certain finances have been affected, and I'm sure your CFO will speak to that, but any challenges that you've faced?
No, well, we certainly have the bandwidth to absorb additional properties. We built the organizational structure over the last several years, so that's not an issue from our perspective. As you said, our CFO will be available for question more specifically to the financial impact, but in general, we continue to work very closely with State Department of Health and all the states and have operations, and in all our operations, we continue to adhere to all the different guidelines, and all our properties are open at different levels of capacity. And as of the third quarter, our earnings reports, which was just out, and we are near at, or in most cases, performing at the same level as we were the prior third quarter of last year. So we're happy about the trend and hoping that continues.
And I know Mr. Levinson has already asked you if you would agree to the conditions imposed by the division that would be recommended by the division, but that would be imposed by the commission ultimately if ICA is to be granted. Would you have any objections to those?
No, I read Exhibit F and we're fully prepared to address this.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Levinson?
I was just waiting to see if the commission members had any questions before I called the next witness, so I didn't want to step on your toes, so to speak.
Yeah, he's got to
Do you have any redirect, Lloyd?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, Joe, sorry.
Thank you. Commissioner Cooper, any questions?
I have a couple questions. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Papaneer. I hope I'm saying that correctly.
It's close enough.
Okay.
Papaneer.
One more time.
Papaneer.
Papaneer, thank you. Good morning. And thank you for being with us this morning. With your introduction, it sounds like that you are somewhat familiar with Atlantic City with your background and involvement in the casino gaming industry. This is going to be a two-part question, since you do have some connection, history with Atlantic City. Personally, what attracted you? Tell me 2, 3, 4 things that attracted you personally to the Atlantic City gaming industry.
I was in college at Glassboro State, and I graduated in 1979. And I remember for the first time there would be casinos outside of Las Vegas, and they were coming to Atlantic City. Now, I grew up and spent a lot of time at the Jersey Shore, right on Absecon Island, on the other end of where Atlantic City is. And I today have a family home there. So I just remember the excitement that I was feeling at the time. And I wanted to be a part of that. And I very quickly maneuvered my way to be a part of that. Little did I know that I would be the president of Resorts International, which was the first place there was gaming outside of Las Vegas in New Jersey in the year 1997 through 2000. I always felt that I felt that Atlantic City needed a little push or step up. Starting in the 1960s, I remember going to the Jersey Shore, and you could start to see kind of some of the deterioration that was happening. And I felt a little bit of pride seeing the city start to rebuild itself as a result of the legislation for gaming, and I was part of the actual construction phase of the Sands Hotel and Casino in Atlantic City.
Okay. Exactly what I wanted to hear. Taking that question, and when I say wanted to hear, that's from you personally, and everything you said is just registered. Taking that question from your personal reflections, if you would elaborate a little bit more what you see for Twin River and the potential in Atlantic City. And when I say the Atlantic City, I'm referring to the Atlantic City market. And if you would, your views on the future of the Atlantic City market. I know you've spoken briefly about it, if you would elaborate. And I don't mean to be negative, but what challenges do we face? And I'm going to throw in right now, I mean, it's not a secret, the COVID piece. There's a lot of that question, but again, the future, the COVID, what challenges, your views. And let's say for the current environment, as well as maybe 3 or 5 years down the line. I know there's a lot there, but however you feel comfortable answering that.
Sure. Well, I'll handle the COVID piece first. Okay. I've been in gaming a very long time, and if you look back over the last 20 years, the industry has dealt with 9/11, and it's dealt with the very long in duration Great Recession. And the one thing about the industry, it's very resilient. In both cases, not only did we come out the other end in good shape, but we excelled beyond that. So I think the market's continuously evolving, just like I talked a little bit earlier about bricks and mortar, which is significant to helping the build to mobile gaming, which is both sports betting and iGaming, because you can't have one with the other, primarily because of the way legislation is working, where you require bricks and mortar licenses in order to get into that space. I think it's brilliant to tie bricks and mortar, because that's where the employment base is, and in all markets, employment is very, very important. So we understand that. As far as Atlantic City is concerned, going forward, I think it has the challenges of all markets. I think the industry has already gone through a consolidation as a result of Pennsylvania and expansion of business in primarily New York area, but it's still a $3 billion market, which is remarkable. So, based on the number of casinos that currently exist in Atlantic City, I think that there's enough for everyone's market share. And I think the goal going forward is to figure out, as a market, how you expand that market beyond just cannibalizing each other. And I mentioned a little bit earlier that we feel there's an opportunity with Bally's, because of the 80,000 square feet of convention and business space, that we really believe we could bring in some non-gaming or cash type revenue by attracting the appropriate conventions and meetings to the market.
Okay. I have another question I'm going to present to you. I'm not sure if you're the person who's going to be answering it, maybe another witness, but let me pose the question at this point. Mr. Levinson beautifully reminisced about when Bally opened in 1979. Hard to believe that's 41 years ago. And it was a magnificent property. I was there, entertaining. And one of the things that in the early days, as well in subsequent years, Bally was very, very well known for its variety of entertainment. If you would, can you elaborate, bringing it up to 2020, what some of your entertainment plans will be for this property?
Well, aside from just the the lounges. We will focus on within the convention space. We feel there's an opportunity to put some permanent staging there so that we could introduce entertainment back into Bally's. Phil Giuliano, who you heard from earlier, is a master at this. And, we feel we in all our properties have an entertainment component. We think that's critical to the success of any casino in operation. And it's just the right thing to do from a customer perspective to be able to continue to add variety outside of just gaming to any market. So yeah, we would be interested in reintroducing entertainment to Bally's in addition to typical type sporting events, whether it's MMA fighting or boxing.
And to that question, I'll add another piece. When I mentioned entertainment, and again, it's a huge answer, it could be, which we'll continue with that later. With your other properties in other states, do you intend to do any marketing between the other casinos? And to that piece also, will you be offering any rewards programs with Atlantic City, and will you be tying any of them together?
Yeah, well, we think that is critical. That is a critical component to success. As part of the Bally brand that we just acquired, we will be creating a one card national solution so that we could bring all the databases together. Currently, they're all individual databases. At every property, we do have players clubs, and we do player tracking. So that's an integral component from a marketing perspective, and we'll continue to do that. Ultimately, we will tie all the brands together to where that card could be utilized at any one of our Bally's properties.
Do you have a rough idea, rough number of what your database, the number of people that would potentially get a card, get an invitation to one of your properties or one of your promotions? A rough idea of the number.
So when we tie everything together, we have about 14 to 16 million customers in our databases. And to answer part of your question a little earlier, we absolutely will be cross-marketing. I also mentioned earlier that we feel that the New England market enjoys the New Jersey Shore area. So we'll have an ability to drive traffic as a reward from our New England market to Atlantic City. And also we feel we can do that also from the Midwest once we acquire those properties.
Okay. And one final question, and I know a moment ago I asked about your vision for Atlantic City, 1 year, 3 years, with all that's going on. And that was from the casino piece. On a separate piece, and I'm not sure what your policy is or your guidelines in other jurisdictions, but are you involved in the actual community, or do you get involved in the actual community with, I'm going to say, charitable organizations or agencies? Not that you have to be a social agency, but how do you get involved with the actual area and jurisdictions that you have properties in?
Yes, at every one of our properties, and we're involved with all. We're involved intimately with community, and we have a good relationship with them. Each jurisdiction or each location has a little nuance to that as to how we get involved, but we certainly do, and we fund a lot of programs and do a lot of charitable activities in each of the markets. We have Nick Pacino, who will be on later, who's currently running our Dover Downs Casino. He could give you an idea of that, what we do in Dover.
Okay. I think that's it for right now, Mr. Chairman. I might have something afterwards, but
Thank you, Commissioner Cooper. I have a few questions. Mr. Papineau, you had mentioned that you didn't want to cannibalize the market. We've had a number of people come in here for licensing over the years, and they bring a uniqueness to their property. We had one property saying we're really not a gaming entity, we're more of a entertainment. We had other properties come in saying we're going to build off of Topgolf. It's a new trend. What unique amenity are you guys going to bring to drive the market to get larger?
Well, we aside from an entertainment component, which the property lacks, we really believe that we could reinvigorate the health and spa and pool areas of Bally's. I mean, it was once a prominent part of the facility in the 1980s, early 1990s, and we really believe we have an ability to reintroduce that as a driver, primarily for mid to higher level players. So we're going to be very aggressive about pursuing that opportunity and enhancing that space, as well as we believe we have an opportunity to bring in a pretty recognizable brand that may help to reinvigorate that.
Now, your other properties, are they, would you say they're in driving markets or in destination markets?
So we have a combination of markets. Primarily the markets are regional drive-in market, but however, in Hard Rock and in Dover, Delaware, they are more regional resort type markets. There's a heavy use of hotel and other and outside of the gaming activities, other amenities at each of those properties. And for example, in Biloxi, we draw from as far out as the Panhandle and the Georgia market through Texas. So it's a long reach, and we have ways and abilities to increase databases as a result of that. By the way, that's also a property that we use to cross market to other databases that we have. We actually send them down to the Biloxi market, which is the same way we will be utilizing the Atlantic City market at Bally's.
Did you do any market survey of your customer base now, seeing that did they have an interest in coming to Atlantic City to gamble, or were you tracking that?
No, for sure, we do that. We absolutely know that the New England market is fond of the New Jersey Shore area, so we're encouraged about that. And we also know, as we're gaining properties in the Midwest, that that's a place that they like to visit.
What's the biggest challenge do you see this market, in the Atlantic City market? What would you like to see changed?
Well, not that any of us could change it, but currently, but we'd like to get on the other side of COVID so that we could be more aggressive about how we like to approach the business. Currently, obviously, because of the capacity restrictions, that it's very restricted right now. But once we get beyond that, I mentioned earlier that we really believe that the market's being underutilized right now and underserved from a convention, meeting, and business perspective. We think there's a significant hotel room base there that could market to not necessarily the largest of conventions, but certainly a lot of these intermediate sized conventions that are constantly looking for space. But again, you're going to need to be on the other side of COVID prior to really being able to capitalize on that.
If that market doesn't come back, which is a possibility with everybody learning about technology and cost containment, what other avenues do you have to enhance business other than trying to get to conventions, which are a question mark?
Well, there's always the ability to attract gamers from other markets, and we believe in that philosophy. And as I mentioned earlier, we do have databases that we can draw from, because it just adds a loyalty feature to those markets where you're providing the opportunity for these customers to travel to other destinations. So we think that's a pretty significant attraction from our perspective. And as we continue to grow databases, primarily, like I said earlier, in the Midwest, and plus the significant database we have in New England, we think we could absolutely capitalize on that. Aside from that, it's continuing to focus on non-gaming type amenities. I know that the market's tried that at different times, fits and starts of that, and they introduced more retail. But I think there really is, they can get back on the map with trying to bring in more quality type entertainment using the convention facilities, outside of the casinos, that maybe the casinos could partner with to continue to draw big name type entertainment into the market, which will create a new interest in the Atlantic City market.
Will this be your largest casino in your portfolio?
From a rooms perspective, it will, but our facility in Twin River and Lincoln is, I believe it's number 6 or 7 in size from a gaming position perspective in the United States. So it's a significant facility. But from a hotel perspective, it would be the largest room base that we have.
That's all I have. Any follow-up from the division or Mr. Levinson?
None for me, sir.
None for me, sir.
Well, we're going to recess for 1 hour now. That was the plan. It's 12:30 as we speak. We'll be back at 1:30, and we'll call the next witness at 1:30.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we're resuming our hearing. Mr. Levison, please call your next witness.
Said he was on.
Oh, Lynn.
Oh, Lynn is
I'm
next.
sorry, Lynn.
That's okay. Commissioners Len Kaufman. Before I call my next witness, if I may just echo Lloyd's comments and thank the division and commission for, and particularly Camilla for tirelessly working to get us here today, and also for the commissioners for agreeing to the special meeting. I will also echo that, yes, I bothered Camilla a lot, and sometimes it happened to be at night and on weekends. So I want to thank everyone for that. Second, I have a disclaimer. I admit that I am, I guess, what I would call verklempt, and also particularly excited about this transaction because I started my career as a gaming attorney at Bally's Park Place in 1988. Yes, I'm admitting to that only because there were people on the call and some of our witnesses are older than me, so you know, I feel okay with it. But
Not many.
I don't do math, that's why I'm a lawyer. So in 1988, first as a staff attorney and then as corporate counsel. And I was there for over 9 years. And so I'm particularly excited about Twin Rivers' plans and commitment and enthusiasm about Atlantic City.
Maybe they'll hire you back.
I leave now?
I'm just joking.
You know, to the matter at hand, we are next going to be, calling Steve Kapp to discuss financial stability. And we are aware that in order for Bally's and Twin River to prove financial stability, they must show to the commission, prove by clear and convincing evidence that we can maintain a casino bankroll, pay our operating expenses, make the necessary capital and maintenance expenditures, pay our taxes, and pay our debts when due. Steve Kapp's testimony, along with the projections, will show the commission that in fact we can do all of those things and that we do have the financial stability necessary in order to have an ICA. So, Mr. Kapp?
Mr. Nance, will you swear in Mr. Kapp, please?
Mr. Kapp, would you state your name for the record, please?
Stephen Kapp.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, could you please give us your title and also tell us how long you have held that position?
Yes, indeed. My current title is Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer of Twin River Worldwide Holdings. I have had that particular title since January 1st of 2019. And prior to that time, I had been serving on the Twin River Board of Directors since July of 2012.
Okay, before you pick your position with Twin River, can you give us a little about your background?
Yeah, sure. I earned a Bachelor of Science in Finance from the University of Arizona in Tucson. And then after a couple of years of financial analysis at Tucson Electric Power Company, I also earned an MBA from the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania. Went to work in the banking industry, corporate and investment banking. Spent 15 years at a combination of Bank of America securities in Los Angeles, San Francisco, and New York, and then culminated an investment banking career at Bear Stearns in Manhattan in 2003. At that time, I joined Pinnacle Entertainment, which was a regional casino operator, much like Twin River is today, but based in Las Vegas. And we had regional properties in likes of Louisiana, Indiana, and the like, and served in that position for about 8 years until 2011, at which time I stepped away and sat on various boards of directors and did some financial and strategic consulting, kind of hanging my own shingle for a few years prior to accepting this position just last year.
Thank you. As has been discussed, and obviously very active in acquisitions and expanding their footprint. Are you involved with the decisions to pursue opportunities for Twin River?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And you generally target a particular region, or are you kind of open to opportunities even if you might not be thinking about a particular region if it presents itself? Are you regional or strategic?
We are a strategic company. As we look at opportunities that arise, be they of a greenfield nature, as George commented on our development of the Tiverton property on the Massachusetts border, or be they of the M&A variety, which would include Biloxi in 2014 or Dover Downs of just last year. And of course, if we have about 8 other acquisitions either recently completed or under contract, including, of course, Bally's. All of those growth situations need to check 2 boxes, including the strategic box, how that fits into our longer term plan of diversification, broadening and growing the company, as well as the economic box, which is, does it make sense? Is it accretive growth for our shareholders and our various stakeholders, including certainly our employees and the various states in which we operate? So it's kind of a multifaceted answer, but everything we do is along those lines.
I was going to ask you, as a joke, only 8 properties, but then you might answer it, so I didn't mean that.
Indeed.
So addressing one of the financial stability requirements, which is the ability to pay your debts when due. Twin River has several different types of debt. Could you explain that and also talk about, there's been a recent note offering add-on?
Certainly. Our capital structure that comprises the debt side of the balance sheet is comprised of a term loan B in the amount of $575 million. That's a senior secured piece of paper. It's basically an institutional piece of bank debt, if you will. And that was put in place in 2 different tranches, a $300 million tranche last year in May of 2019, and a $275 million tranche earlier this year in May. That's a $575 million term loan B tranche. The other piece of debt tranche we have is senior unsecured notes, $525 million in total. $400 million of that was put in place again last year in May of 2019. And the most recent tranche was a $125 million piece we put in place just weeks ago. So that's an unsecured piece of debt and sits on the balance sheet below the senior secured debt, of course. And so the sum of those 2 tranches of debt, if you will, is $1.1 billion. As we mentioned on our earnings call of last Thursday, with the acquisitions we have recently completed and those we have under contract, certainly including Bally's, we are on an expected run rate of cash flow of about $300 million or so. And that's subject to a little bit to change because we have some capital expenditure initiatives underway at Bally's, our property in Kansas City, our Lincoln property in Rhode Island, to name 3. And so that cash flow figure will, we believe, grow over time. But $300 million is a pretty good round number. And so if you do the math on that debt stack of $1.1 billion and divide that by that cash flow, we're at about 4 times or so debt to cash flow. That's a very comfortable neighborhood and one of the lowest cash flow leverage levels in the entire industry. So our balance sheet is not only balanced in terms of the senior secured portion to the senior unsecured portion, it's also quite moderate in size vis-a-vis the cash flow potential of this company. And in addition, we maintain high levels of liquidity so that we can be opportunistic, but also be very safe when unexpected events happen. For example, COVID finding us earlier this year.
So I imagine having explained your low debt ratio, in comparison to many of your peers, is that why you chose to do this add-on note offering now during COVID?
Yeah, that's a very good follow-up question. Yeah, we chose to do the follow-on. It's actually called a tack-on because it's a piece of debt that literally adds directly to the senior unsecured notes already in place, the $400 million piece I mentioned, and it literally is issued underneath that same indenture. So it's a very streamlined process and relatively easy to facilitate. But we chose to do that at this time because of the strength in the high yield market, and because it almost dollar for dollar pre-funds the Jumers acquisition, which we announced just a couple of weeks prior to that time. And being a relatively conservative type of CFO, I tend to want to pre-fund and maintain high levels of liquidity whenever possible. So when that money became available to us, in part because our bonds had traded so well recently, we executed on that tranche in very short order. Well,
I think that everybody would like hearing your characterization of yourself as a conservative CFO. So thank you for saying that. You did mention that you had a lot of liquidity. Could you tell us what that means? What is your liquidity now?
Yes, indeed. It's two different views of it. If you take the view at September 30th, which is the most recent financial quarter that we just completed, we had about $115 million of cash in the company on the balance sheet. And in addition to that, we have an unfunded $250 million revolver available to us. So the sum of those two at that point in time would have been about $365 million. Since that time, about 10 days after the close of the quarter, we executed on the senior note, the senior unsecured note that you mentioned for right about $125 million. So if you do the math on the $365 million and the subsequent notes offering of $125 million, our total liquidity pro forma for that notes offering is right about $490 million. And that's approximately where we are today. And those are static numbers and do not include any free cash flow generation, which we are achieving on a week-to-week or month-to-month basis as well.
In the last earnings call, I heard you use the expression that you've picked up EBITDA from acquisition. Can you explain what that means?
Yeah, well, of course. Yeah, so well, we could go all the way back to Hard Rock Biloxi in 2014, if you like, and then to Dover Downs. But more recently, we closed on the 3 Mardi Gras casinos in Colorado that George mentioned in his testimony. Some of those properties, those 3 properties, generates we expect about $5 million of cash flow, and we expect to improve on that over time after we have a chance to implement our operational strategies and marketing strategies as well. So that's $5 million of cash flow we did not have in 2019 that we picked up starting in January of this year. Even more recently, Kansas City, which we closed on a casino there on July 1st, as well as Casino Vicksburg in Vicksburg, Mississippi. Those 2 casinos together are expected and have historically generated about $27 million of cash flow. So combine all 3 of those combines about $32 million of cash flow or so. And of course, the properties we have under contract, including Bally's, El Dorado, Shreveport, Mont Bleu, Lake Tahoe, Jumers in Illinois, and the Evansville Casino in Indiana, all are additive to that $32 million. In fact, the list of 8 of those adds up to just under $120 million of additional EBITDA cash flow that we did not have in 2019, but we expect to not only generate, but to build upon and increase in years starting with next year, 2021.
Okay, thank you. And when I listened to your description of the debt and then the additive EBITDA, I will ask you, do you believe that that means you can pay your debts when due?
Absolutely, we do believe that, and Wall Street would, I believe, second that opinion, because our debt to cash flow ratio is so low relative to the industry that the ability to either cash flow much of that debt right out or to refinance that debt, we believe is eminently achievable when the time is right.
You mentioned the recent Indiana purchase, and with that transaction, you utilized a REIT for the first time. Could you tell us why, since that's a new avenue for you?
Yes, indeed. We've had an eye on that particular financing structure for quite some time. It's been become a very common financing method for gaming companies, among others, but in this industry in particular recently in the last couple of years. But we had never utilized that previously. We just didn't quite have we had neither the need nor the situational opportunity to execute a REIT financing. But as Caesars has been required to divest a couple of assets in Indiana, the Evansville asset became available. And so we joined forces with Gaming and Leisure Properties, Inc., GLPI. And in effect, what we did was leverage one of our existing properties, in fact, the real estate underneath Dover Downs, which Nick now manages, and basically sold that to GLPI for enough money to then purchase the Evansville operating assets in Indiana. And so the net of that trade for us, and the reason we did it was so situationally opportunistic for us. In effect, what we did was we sold the underlying real estate to Dover Downs and then converted that to an additional $20 million of cash flow for the company over and above what we're already earning at Dover Downs without taking on any balance sheet debt at all. So we thought it was the right time to tuck in a piece of this REIT financing and not increase our leverage. In fact, decrease our leverage because of the increased cash flow with no de facto debt on the balance sheet. So we're very pleased with that financing, and we're pleased to be in a partnership now with GLPI as well.
And so in basic terms, that increased your liquidity immediately, correct?
Well, it does. It does because it increases our cash flow for purposes of servicing debt, paying capital expenditures, cash taxes, although we won't have any cash taxes probably through the 2021 year because of the CARES Act and the employee retention credit, as well as net operating loss carrybacks that the CARES Act allows us to implement as a tax strategy. We expect to be a cash tax recipient, if you will, through next year. But yes, through that transaction and the liquidity I mentioned previously, have an abundance of liquidity to pay all of our various costs as we operate the company.
Thank you. And you touched on what I wanted to discuss next, which we don't like to discuss, but we need to, and that is the impact of COVID and the decrease that you and everyone has had in their EBITDA. Can you just kind of talk a little about the impact it's had on you? And, obviously we hear that you have, free cash flow. So it sounds like you're in good shape, but I'd like to hear that from you.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And I'll just add comments to what George mentioned in his testimony. COVID hit us earlier this year, like it hit every company in the domestic industry, and all of our properties were shut down as a result. We opened up late in the second quarter and have been opened at each property with varying levels of operational limitation, property to property and state by state. We had an abundance of liquidity when the closures were required, and in fact had told Wall Street after we had gathered our analytics that we could survive in a zero revenue environment well into the year 2021, dating back to the second quarter of this year. So we had over 12 months of liquidity in a zero revenue environment, and we thought perhaps even longer. And I say that because we got, like much of the rest of the industry, we got smarter about our cost structure. We got smarter about the ability to curtail expenses and hunker down, if you will, to preserve the cash we had access to along the way. And we've translated some of those some of that learning into our current operational paradigm. And in fact, the operating margins we reported last Thursday about 500 basis points higher than they had been in that same quarter a year earlier. So we've like the rest of the industry, we've learned a little bit, but as of the third quarter, our year-over-year cash flow, as George mentioned, is actually up. Now, to be fair, we have more properties in our portfolio this year in the third quarter than we had a year ago in the third quarter. But nonetheless, increasing cash flow is a hallmark of a broadening, growing, and stronger company, which is what we've become in the year since third quarter of 2019. So today, as I mentioned, Lynn, we have an abundance of liquidity, almost $500 million of liquidity available to us. In fact, I got a call from a banker yesterday who's going to step into our revolver with a new $35 million commitment. So our actual revolver will go from $250 to $285. That's additive liquidity on top of the $490 that I mentioned as soon as we get that closed in. So we're feeling, and by the way, none of this is a mistake. We have, when I was on the board and subsequent to that time, Wanda could testify to this as well. Our board has had a commitment toward very moderate leverage in this company and high levels of liquidity so that we could be opportunistic as opportunities arise, be they of a greenfield nature like Tiverton or an M&A opportunity like Biloxi or Bally's or others. And by the way, that same strategic positioning served us very well when COVID hit and helped us weather that storm earlier this year as well.
Okay, thank you. Now it's time to turn to the reason that we're here, obviously the purchase of Bally's Atlantic City. How are you paying for it?
We intend to pay for Bally's out of existing cash on the balance sheet.
Okay, which we've established that you have. So
We have an abundance of at this time, yes.
thank you. Now, looking at the numbers for Bally's, I mean, everybody here and the press and everybody talks about, and George addressed, obviously the performance has been, less than stellar. But the forecasts do show that by 2022, that you will be achieving at least the levels that Bally's Atlantic City had a few years ago. We will talk to Nick Polcino, who I will mention to the commissioners. Steve mentioned that he is at Dover Downs. He is right now at Dover Downs, but hoping that we are granted the ICA. We will hear from him as he will be the general manager of Park Place. And he's going to actually, he'll be sharing some of his Dover Downs success with us later. But so he'll get into more details, but just more from your financial perspective. I know that Twin River and George also touched on and discussed your approach in general, but could you talk about that?
Yes, indeed, Lynn. Well, and perhaps it's best to point to our track record, and George touched on this as well. But we acquired the Hard Rock in Biloxi, Mississippi in 2014. At that time, it had $25 million of cash flow. And we've increased that by about 50%. And that property, and to be clear, I'm talking in pre-COVID terms because that's what's most relevant, I think, to the reality of the company's cash flow potential and the way Wall Street thinks about it. But that cash flow in the 2019 year was closer to $38 million, about a 50% increase in that. We acquired Dover Downs in March, or merged with Dover Downs in March of last year, 2019. And that was the mechanism by which we direct listed on the New York Stock Exchange and became a publicly traded company. At that time, the property was achieving about $11 million of cash flow, and we paid $97 million for that. Under Nick's leadership as general manager there, that property has had a recent run rate of closer to $24 million, more than double that cash flow. And kind of getting to the point that George talked about, we have kind of what we do is creating value by acquiring properties that need help, that need expertise. Some of that is in the form of capital expenditures that we will employ at Bally's. There wasn't a whole lot of capital expenditure requirement at Dover Downs. That was mostly operational expertise that Nick brought to the fore there, changing up the restaurant configurations, changing the slot and some of the table floor configurations, the marketing programs of a more targeted nature, and how that wraps together in terms of a customer experience that drives revenue. George talked about the fact that we're kind of a revenue driving company, not a cost cutting company. As our first and most important operating metric. That's the mindset, and those are the tactics we intend to bring to Bally's when we're on the ground there, obviously with some CapEx, but that operational mentality that drives revenues rather than just cut costs.
Mark Crisafulli will be discussing CapEx and the CapEx plan, and what Twin River is planning to spend. Are you familiar with that plan?
Yes, I am.
So, as CFO, are you comfortable that the Twin River and Bally's will remain financially stable? Obviously in view of everything that you've said about cash that they have, but if the plan is implemented and those expenditures are made, which we'll hear about very soon. So.
Yes. Yes, we believe we have either in terms of current liquidity or expected liquidity on a go-forward basis through cash on balance sheet, access to our revolving credit facility, free cash flow generation as we purchase, close, and integrate these various properties with the increase in cash flow that they bring with them. Yes, we feel quite confident that we will be able to fund the capital expenditure commitments we are making at Bally's.
And I presume that confidence takes into account the COVID situation.
Yes, it does.
One of the other items in establishing financial stability is being able, keeping a casino bankroll, being able to pay everybody winning. What process happened for you to decide how to establish that bankroll?
That's a good question, and the COVID environment impacts that decision quite a bit. A casino bankroll is a little bit of an estimate on day one of closing and reopening under a new banner or new ownership. We had originally anticipated that the casino bankroll requirement at Bally's in a pre-COVID environment would be approximately $15 million. And that's subject to change depending on gaming levels, state of the economy, specific customer behavior, et cetera. It's probably going to be a little less than that when we open in this COVID environment, just because of business levels naturally impacted. So we estimate that approximately $9 to $11 million of bankroll will be required at opening. That's what we'll target. If we need more than that, it's a very simple cash transfer from Twin River to Bally's as necessary and appropriate. So we are prepared and very comfortable, and certainly have an abundance of liquidity to achieve that.
So I would just like to expand on what you mentioned in talking about if Bally's does not have the funds for the bankroll. So it is Twin River's intention to fund shortfalls and obviously keep this financial stability of Bally's, since we have established that you have cash flow and excess cash.
Yes, it is Twin River's intention to fund the necessary capital expenditures, the necessary bankroll, which, as I mentioned, can vary somewhat over time. And the need for a higher casino bankroll is actually a very good sign that business levels are up. So that's actually good news. Or any other operational needs that the property might have would be an obligation we intend to fund from the Twin River standpoint. Yes.
The Caesars Total Rewards Program is something, with all the Caesars properties in Atlantic City, obviously that the customer base is very familiar with. I know that you will be utilizing the Caesars Total Rewards Program in the beginning pursuant to a transition services agreement that will be addressed a little later. But how, could you explain, I guess, how you expect that to work in terms of transitioning from, and from your financial perspective, how is that going to impact you financially, and then bringing obviously the Twin River program to Atlantic City? And again, that could be, Nick is going to discuss marketing initiatives, but this is more just from the financial perspective.
Well, sure, Lynn. Nick can talk to this later. I know Phil's on the line as well. He can step in, but that transition is a necessary part of the change of control at any property. And many in the industry talk about Total Rewards as if it's the holy grail of the industry. And yes, it has been potent for Caesars over the years, but it's not the only way to do business. And we have shown through our M&A successes and our change of control at the properties I mentioned earlier, whether you want to talk about Biloxi or Dover, or the way we opened up Tiverton in Rhode Island, that we have a marketing plan of our own, and it's very targeted and it's very effective. We do anticipate some transitional friction, perhaps. It's impossible that handoff and the implementation of new marketing programs doesn't require a bit of time to take root and establish themselves. But we are quite patient. I think we were in a 3 to 6 month program at Biloxi as we turned over a little bit of our customer base to a customer that made more sense than the one we acquired actually. But as part of this purchase, we do acquire the customer lists and the marketing lists, and that's what we will utilize as we transition to our style of marketing, which, even as compared to Total Rewards, emphasizes revenue generation and customer experience improvements over cost controls and just drawing someone to Las Vegas, which is what Total Rewards in essence really does. So we're very well positioned to make that transition.
Okay. Also, Mark will be discussing a little more. George talked about it, and Mark will be discussing the retail sports book. Are you aware that the the monies spent in connection with the retail sports book are not considered to be part of your committed capital expenditures. Is that?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
All right, thank you. Now, my last question is actually in honor of my grandmother, who raised me and taught me many good lessons. A few of them are actually relevant here. And for those of you that know me and are saying, what in the world, where is Lynn going with this? You also know that it will be relevant, but it might take me a few extra sentences to get there. So my grandmother would not let me go out on a date unless I had some extra money tucked into, my purse in case things went wrong and I needed to get home. Similarly, when I got married and was earning money, my grandmother suggested that perhaps, I could kind of stash some of that money away just in case something unanticipated happened. I now learned that she taught me about financial flexibility and having some free cash. So, can you, tell me, and tell the commissioners, doesn't matter what you tell me, that, with all the uncertainty with COVID and you do have a nice amount of debt, even though it is less than most companies. If it happens that your projections are too rosy, do you have any mad money?
I appreciate that. Appreciate that lead in, Lynn. I have a daughter and we've had those conversations also. But yes, so to back up to the math I did very quickly on our access to liquidity, which in summary was that the $490 million I mentioned. If you subtract from that all of the acquisitions we have contracted, payable in cash, that would include the Bally's price of $25 million. The cash price for the combination of El Dorado Shreveport in Louisiana and Mont Bleu Lake Tahoe, which is $140 million, an additional $140 million, and then the Jumers acquisition in Illinois for $120 million. And if you subtract those three acquisitions, by the way, zero for Evansville, because we're not paying anything for the acquisition of those operations. But as I mentioned, we are picking up $20 million of cash flow. But if you take that $25 million for Bally's, the $140 million and the $120 million, and subtract that from the $490 million we have today of liquidity, you end up with a little north of $200 million of excess liquidity over and above our financial commitments under these various M&A, merger and acquisition contracts. And that does not include free cash flow. I think I mentioned that we are free cash flow positive at each of our properties today, even in this somewhat limited COVID environment. So yes, we have rainy day money, if you want to think about it that way. In fact, I mentioned the additional commitment coming into our revolver of another $35 million over and above that. So something closer to $240 million when we get that closed in rainy day money, if our projections were a little too rosy, and depending on where COVID goes, which of course no one knows. But yes, we feel quite confident and secure in the liquidity that we have and our ability to manage difficult circumstances because our debt is manageable and our liquidity is high.
Thank you, Steve. I have no further direct.
Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you. Division, your witness.
I muted myself again. Hello, Mr. Cap, how are you?
I am very well, thank you.
Okay, I don't know that I can do as good a job as Lynn just did covering all that financial matters. But I'm glad you covered it extensively. With that said, I'll just have to reiterate a few of those questions just to get some confirmation on what was said. And I'm glad you have answered the questions that we like to hear. Liquidity, that there is less debt here, You've also mentioned acquisitions that have been recently announced or that are projected for this year. They support Twin Rivers plans and that they are, and we'll soon get to that, but that they will likely, if I'm understood you correctly, they will have no negative impact in the Bally's acquisitions. Is that the point that was being made, correct?
That is correct.
You are also, you pointed out that importantly, you can pay your debts on time. Is that correct?
We believe so, yes.
Yes. And you're committed to any your company, Twin Rivers, will be committed to any shortcomings of the Bally's company, the premier casino applicant. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, do you mean if there are some cash needs
Yes.
at the back property? Yes, we are so committed.
And again, you also mentioned that in terms of capital commitments, and I know Mark will probably discuss this in more detail, but since it has been raised in the ICA proceeding today, that there is a higher number on the table, that also will not affect your liquidity and your flexibility. Is that also correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And as Ms. Kaufman pointed out, the rainy day money or her grandmother's nice little stash, if your free cash is a little too rosy, those projections, you will still have somehow at your disposal, at the company's disposal, upwards of 200 million of free cash flow at each property, if I understood it. I'm sorry, free 200 million, because each of your properties are operating at a cash flow above of what they should be operating, correct?
Well, just to clarify, and I may have not been clear, the $200 million I mentioned is how much, the amount of cash we have access to.
Okay.
Either because it's in the company today, or we have access to the revolving credit facility that we can draw down for liquidity, over and above the amounts we have committed under contract to purchase Bally's in Shreveport and Tahoe and the Jumers property in Illinois as well. So it's and that's in addition to ongoing free cash flow that we are currently generating at our various properties. So yes, I'm agreeing with you.
So those are all good matters. In terms of what I need from you is just, there were so many recent announcements by the company of Shreveport, Mount Blue, Jumers Casino, the recent GLPI transactions, which you admitted these are recent financial transactions that you've had an ability to take advantage of in the REIT structure, if I understood you correctly.
Yes.
I just want to know if all of those had a positive effect in the company's financial flexibility, or you can answer that question as first.
Well, it's a good question. We believe yes that in the future that will increase our financial flexibility for a couple of reasons. One is we're becoming a larger, more diversified company. By way of example, our Hard Rock Biloxi property is outperforming its historical results even in the COVID environment, as are our new properties in Kansas City and Vicksburg. And so the value of diversification is showing itself. Even as our Rhode Island properties are a little more constrained by state limitations than the other properties in our portfolio. So as a couple of the properties are more constrained, a few of the other ones are performing above plan, quite frankly, even above pre-COVID levels. So I'm agreeing with you that as we make these various acquisitions, even as we pay cash for most of them, that our financial flexibility in the future will actually be enhanced because our cash flow is growing and as is our diversification nationwide.
And what about currently?
Well, we of course we haven't closed on many of these yet. We have yet to close on the Bally's, the Shreveport, the Lake Tahoe, the Jumers, and the Evansville acquisitions. So, but as it relates to Colorado, Kansas City, and Vicksburg, Yes, those acquired properties are all generating cash flow and are contributing to our financial flexibility handsomely. Yes.
You mentioned you're also a conservative CFO, and that was very nice. I first wanted to go back with you a little bit and just discuss, I'm sure you heard Mr. Papinier's testimony, and you probably have knowledge in the areas that I discussed with him as well in terms of the capital expenditures that the division sought from the company. I won't go into the specific details, but just, that, certain information was asked from the company at numerous times. I would say we started at September, and I apologize, we started in July, and it went up until September 24th before we got a definitive 65 million commitment from the company. Were you aware that that was going on, or, that came that late in the game?
Yes, I was part of that process. Yes, indeed.
Okay. And now, finally, we do have, again, as you mentioned, the 90 million commitment. And as Lynn explained, that would be absent the sports wagering component. And are you aware of that as well?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And are you prepared, sir, to submit, of course, as Mr. Papinier had agreed to, the capital expenditure plans and commitments, and I'm sure Mr. Mark will go into it as well, that the regulatory body would require, to evaluate those plans and the needs of the property going forward?
We are prepared to do so, yes.
Okay. I think I want to go back to the Rosie scenario, just to make sure that we have clear that, did we not cover any new source of projected EBITDA that we didn't discuss today, or that you anticipate? I know, let me back that up. I know that Twin River anticipates certain growth for 2021 and 2022, despite, certain, our current health crisis that we're going through. And I would just like to know that, are there any other sources that we have not considered besides these acquisitions that have been discussed here, or the notes that have been discussed, or the new revolver perhaps?
Yes, very good question. And in fact, we announced last Thursday on our quarterly earnings call the evolution, if you will, and the commitment by this company toward more of a, and Mark Christofuli will talk about this, I'm sure, in more detail, but commitment toward pursuing sports betting and iGaming strategies. Part of that is the brick and mortar physical casino presence, state by state, and the piece we haven't really talked about, and we haven't even quantified, quite frankly, because it's early in its evolution, is that interactive, the mobile sports betting and interactive gaming potential down the road. That those sources of cash flows we have not quantified because our strategy is still evolving. But to the point of your very valid question is, yes, that's actually yet another source of potential cash flow for us as we grow the company, both in terms of our footprint nationally and access to sports betting and iGaming skins, but also the implementation of the strategy to incorporate those various skins within the company on a nationwide basis.
And I'm glad to hear, as part of your company strategy, cutting costs is not one of those strategies. Is that correct?
Well, we don't throw money away either, of course. But we are first a revenue generating, customer experience oriented company. Yes, of course, we like to keep our costs in line also, but we look to increase our cash flow, our net income lines through revenue growth first, and not cost cutting.
And what I meant by that is mostly employee based or employee retention on the property.
Yes, agreed.
Let me just go through it quickly here. You did mention that you had an abundance of liquidity pre-COVID, and I was just curious as to what was meant by that, if that was in line with what you've testified right now.
Well, yes, one of the things that we had pre-COVID was, and I mentioned it in a little bit of detail, but we had when March and COVID befell our economy, we had we were both sitting on, I don't know if I recall the exact number, 150 or 200 million dollars of cash on our balance sheet, and in addition to that, we had an unfunded $250 million revolver. At that time, because COVID was impacting the business climate so dramatically, we actually drew that revolver down and put that additional $250 million of cash. And that the sum of those two pieces, existing cash plus the drawn down revolver, gave us an abundance of liquidity at that time. As I mentioned, we projected could carry the company, even in a zero revenue environment, well into the latter half of 2021. So we were able to survive, more than 12 months without any business operations whatsoever on the basis of that liquidity.
And just lastly, because we are here because of Bally's, can you explain to me or how you intend the EBITDA to grow at Bally's within the next couple of years so it remains competitive with the other Atlantic City casinos?
Well, sure. Of course, in this COVID impacted environment, cash flows in Atlantic City are impacted, and certainly including Bally's. So there's a build back to that we expect will occur beginning next year in particular. But it's a culmination of what this company's good at, the expertise we bring as we have brought to our acquisition of Hard Rock Biloxi, or the merger with Dover Downs, or the construction of Tiverton, the Colorado, Kansas City properties that we have recently acquired. It's a combination of operational focus and solving for an improved customer experience that draws customers to us and contributes to a growing revenue line, in addition to marketing programs that we implement that are more targeted than most of our competitors. And so it's not the same thing as Total Rewards, for example, but it's different because we actually believe it's more targeted than some of what Total Rewards offers. And we personalize more of that targeted marketing than most of our competitors. And that makes for a customer attraction and a customer experience at our properties that enables us to grow our revenue line, unlike some companies we compete with. That formula generally is how we intend, together with the capital expenditures, obviously, which will go to improve the product offerings and the overall property. That combination of factors, we believe will lead to the growth in revenues, customer visits, and cash flow at Bally's in the coming few years.
And I know I said lastly, but you did remind me of the rewards program, and I don't know if it should be directed to you or maybe Mark, Mr. Crucifoli, but I know that Mr. Papanier also mentioned the draw of the New England market, and I do know that according to the TSA, you'll be able to use the Caesars Rewards program for a while, and then there will be a transitional period that you called it a transition. I forget, I'm sorry, I apologize, that you referred to a transition period that each company goes through. Or I'm just asking if Twin River will be prepared in the coming months to have that responsibility and to take over ownership and transition in that regard.
Yes, we are so prepared. We've done this, and we've done this before. We know how to do it. Yes, it's hard work, but yes, we are prepared to do that.
Well, thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Kaufman, redirect.
No, I'm good, thank you.
Commissioner Cooper, any questions?
I have a couple, thank you. Mr. Cap, thank you for participating here with us today. As the CFO, I do have some questions, and most of them aren't going to pertain to finances, of course. They might, at a later in the hearing, go over to Mr. Christofouli, but I figured let me ask you first.
Excellent,
So with that,
yes.
okay. Earlier today, Mr. Levinson, in his remarks, mentioned that this property was built in 1979. So we're looking at a property that's 41 years old. I know over the years there have been expenditures to modernize it, update it, improvements. But what I would like to ask you, if you're able to elaborate on this, can you share with us, and I emphasize, if you're able to, some of the expenditures that we can look forward to? I'm going to say maybe the top 5, the top 10, without revealing anything that you shouldn't or we can't have to hear today. But the time frame, the priorities, what we can expect for this property that's basically 40 years old. I also would like to, I know that there are parts of the property that are actually, if I'm not mistaken, in the Historic Commission of Atlantic City in New Jersey. But what can we expect going forward?
Well, that's an excellent question. Of course, it brings us here today to talk about. If you don't mind, Commissioner Cooper, I'll leave some of those details to Mr. Christofouli, who's teed up for that. But I will say generally, as we loved about the Dover Downs property, we love the bones at Bally's, and we love its location. When I say bones, yes, it's over 40 years old, but it's a large, customer-friendly, very well located brick and mortar, if you will, location that has been well established. In the renovation business, they say yes, it needs a new coat of paint. It needs more than that, of course, and that's where $90 million comes in. And George touched on it, but we're going to touch a number of parts of the customer experience, from the convention facilities to the food and beverage offerings to the physical sports book, entertainment options, some of the lounges that George mentioned, renovation of the hotel rooms over time. It takes a good hotel room in Atlantic City to draw the right type of customer, and certainly draw a new customer as well. So that's all part of the CapEx program that we have teed up, and so it's multifaceted, and it's quite broad as it applies to the property as a whole. But I'll let Marcus fully go into a bit more detail for you, Commissioner, a bit later as well.
Okay, and again, this next question also might go over to Mr. Christofouli, but you've mentioned several times about the customer experience, and this makes me very happy. I had also asked Mr. Papaneer to tell us a little bit more about entertainment and marketing. Let's say this, as the Chief Financial CFO, I'm not asking a specific percentage, but can we expect what type of entertainment? Are we looking lounge groups, moderate entertainment, down the line? I'm going to say, let's say after the COVID disappears and we're not faced with that, will we see any big name entertainment coming back or from Twin River? As I always mention, I was in the entertainment business for like 35 plus years. I still definitely strongly believe entertainment is a draw. That's my opinion. But what can we see entertainment-wise and marketing-wise to make this an extraordinary customer experience? What can we expect from Twin River?
Well, Commissioner, your entertainment background supersedes mine by legions, and so a better. And I'll tee up the answer and then perhaps defer it to Mr. Giuliano for additional comment. But we have implemented for many years entertainment lineups at each of our Lincoln properties in Rhode Island and Dover Downs, in particular Hard Rock Biloxi. And those tend to be musical acts. Sometimes they in Lincoln we've had MMA, mixed martial arts types of activities, and we have lounge acts that from time to time as well. The specifics of that I'll ask Mr. Giuliano to comment on a bit later. But entertainment, suffice it to say that entertainment is a key portion of the customer improving a customer experience that I mentioned, and that is core to our operating philosophy as a company.
Okay. My next question is a combination, and I'm going to say of you personally, and also a CFO of Twin River. Let me ask you this first. How much time have you spent in Atlantic City? Are you familiar with this area or not? And whatever you say is fine, because that's going to lead to the second part of my question. Have you spent a lot of time here or not really?
I wouldn't say a lot of time compared to my colleagues, Mr. Papanir and Mr. Giuliano. I know the boardwalk reasonably well. I've been on it many times. But as a banker in a former life, I've not been part of a company that owned a property on Atlantic City previously. So this one's a little bit on the newer side for me in that regard.
Okay, and as I said, that's I didn't want to ask you something, and I think I'm trying to be cryptic or something. With that, again, as the CFO. And there's a lot of things going on in the world right now, a lot of things going on in Atlantic City, a lot of things going on all over with the casino industry. And putting the COVID part aside, we hope that disappears soon. Where do you see Atlantic City, from your experience, as limited as it might be, where do you see it in the next 3 to 5 years?
Well, we see growth potential in Atlantic City. Yes, competition will remain stiff from Pennsylvania and New York, but call it the Vegas effect, if you will. And as George mentioned, Atlantic City kind of took the Vegas idea and localized that. And there's a customer attraction to a boardwalk or the Las Vegas Strip, because everybody likes to go to more than one place. So one of the benefits we see to an Atlantic City property and Atlantic City as a whole, what it offers to a potential casino patron is a variety, a walking distance variety, not to mention on the water, on the beach. Atlantic City has the potential for growth. It's been hit pretty hard, a combination of emerging competition all around and certainly the COVID impact. But it's also been the case that it hasn't had the same operational focus at each property. I might argue that it's because too many properties maybe were owned by a single entity or changing hands, and that operating team can lose focus. But what we bring, as we brought to the other properties that we've acquired that I've mentioned, is we bring a new set of eyes, if you will, and an operational focus and a customer orientation that typically was not characteristic of the seller we purchased a particular property from. We think that's also the case here at Bally's. Instead of diverting Bally's business to other properties for whatever purpose that our predecessor might have done, we don't have that. We don't have that incentive, and we don't have that intention. We will operate this property standalone to be competitive of and by itself against the rest of the boardwalk and the marina competition. And we're confident in our ability to do that. And that's kind of how we see growth. You tend to grow with new experiences and with new customer perception. And we have an opportunity to kind of almost reintroduce Bally's under a new management philosophy, if you will, new food and beverage product, renovated rooms over time, the physical sports book, And so we're going to bring things new to the property that we believe will lend toward growth and revenues there.
I'm going to say very pleased, very happy when you just mentioned a new set of eyes. I mean, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's your perception, it's your style and way of doing business. I do have a couple more financial questions, but I think I'm going to hold them for Mr. Christofouli, so I'm not asking you and then you're having to say back to ask him. So with that, I'm going to say thank you very much for your answers. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooper.
Responses, thank you. Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Commissioner Cooper. Very detailed testimony there, Mr. Cap. I just have a few questions.
Yes, sir.
When you've assumed other properties, what is your procedure? Do you do a review of their operations, or did you look at them before you bought them, or how have you done that?
Well, yes to all of the above. We typically are engaged in a rather extensive due diligence program, as you might imagine. Really, from kind of a top-down perspective, it's the knowledge, it's the general knowledge of the characteristics of a property that might attract our attention in the first place. But it's a detailed review of property level analytics, operating metrics, financial performance, and the potential for changes to those that we learn in a more detailed due diligence process. Typically, whether it's a company selling its own asset or whether they hire a banker to sell a particular property, typically there's a data room that is populated, electronic data room that's populated with all kinds of competitive, market, customer, operational statistics and metrics that we spend a lot of time analyzing and reviewing. We typically have legal counsel taking a look at environmental issues and trademark issues and IP issues and the like. So we go in by the time we are comfortable with submitting a committed bid and financing for a particular property, we've done a lot of homework and we feel like we know that property particularly well. We're the ones who have to stand in front of the board almost with right hand in air saying, we know this thing, we like its potential, and we commit to doing these things and improving that property in X, Y, and Z different ways.
The reason I bring that up, Mr. Levinson said that Bally's was at the bottom for the last number of years, in the share of the market here in Atlantic City. As we heard, the building's 41 years old. So you're confident that your expertise and your company can rebound this facility?
Yes, we are, as a matter of fact. And it goes back to Commissioner Cooper's question, a very good one. We like the location. Yes, the property is 40 years old, but brick and mortar properties of that age are not uncommon. Does need a painted coat, as mentioned. We're bringing the capital expenditure commitment to the property that we think will enhance that older property. The location is absolutely ideal in the middle of the boardwalk, and it cannot be duplicated by the competition. Yes, with our new set of eyes and our renewed focus on the customer experience, we believe we can turn this property around.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Cap. Thank you again for your testimony. Mr. Levinson, your next witness.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mark Christofouli, please.
Yep, I'm here, Lloyd.
Okay, good. Welcome.
Thank you.
So, hope you're not offended that 41 years is considered old.
1 second, Lloyd. Let us swear him in, please.
Okay, sure.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Mark Christofouli.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, Mark, can you tell us something about your personal background?
Sure. So I was born in the Bronx. I was raised in Rhode Island and lived there pretty much my entire life, other than when I was going to school. I received a BA in economics and political science from Boston University, and my JD from a law degree from your alma mater, Georgetown Law.
And born in the Bronx, are you a New York Yankee fan?
No, I am not.
All right, I'll leave that alone. Never mind. Well, here it's much better to be.
Excuse me, Mr. Levinson, Mr. Levinson, as a Georgetown graduate, you should have stopped when you were ahead. I'm Georgetown Law too.
All right, let's move on to the next. Maybe we can have some fun with the next question. So your employment history, Mark, would you tell us something about that?
Sure. After I graduated law school, I went on to serve as a law clerk for a federal district court judge in Rhode Island. I then was a trial lawyer at a firm based in Providence called Edwards and Angel. It's now a much larger firm called Locke Lord. When I was there, I started working as a junior lawyer on cases for a company called GTEC, which is an international lottery company. I then left the law firm, became general counsel to GTEC. After doing that for a few years, including being their chief compliance officer, I then ran their gaming division, their gaming business. We sold that company in 2006 to Lottomatica. When we did that, I exited, went back into a law firm called Hinckley Allen, where I was a practicing commercial and corporate lawyer, and I worked for both GTEC on the lottery side and gaming side, and Twin River then. That's how I got to meet George and Craig and the whole Twin River team. I became managing partner. Then I did a few stints in some non-gaming businesses, and I joined Twin River in May of 2019.
And your present position at Twin River?
Yeah, my position has evolved. My present position is I'm the Executive Vice President for Strategy and Operations at Twin River Worldwide Holdings, and I'm the president of our Rhode Island casinos. In that role, I have a number of functions that I do. So it's generally government relations and strategic transactions. I help out with legal and HR. I support the board, particularly when it relates to ESG, environment, social, and governance considerations. I also help out with our sports betting and iGaming businesses. And finally, I'm on the compliance committee.
What involvement have you had thus far with the Bally property in Atlantic City?
So I've been involved with the senior team and with the board in trying to move this transaction from the signing of the purchase and sale to the closing. I've also worked with you and our other counsel on presentations and discussions with the DGE. I've worked with some of our consultants to help try and get a handle on the required CapEx and the improvements and investments we need to make. And I was involved, at least indirectly, in a supervisory capacity on the iGaming and sports betting partnerships that we've done in the state.
And are you able to tell us what associations you've made, meaning Twin River has made, in the iGaming and the sports wagering area?
Yeah, so we've announced 5 partnerships so far. We've done 2 on the mobile sports betting side with Sport Trade and Esports. We've done 2 on the iGaming side with The Score and PointsBet, and then we have a retail sports betting partnership with FanDuel.
What will be your relationship with Bally going forward, assuming we are approved to take over?
So if we receive the approval, I'll be kind of the executive sponsor on the CapEx investments. Obviously, we have operations team, operational management, and the marketing teams that are all kind of directly responsible for that. But I'm serving as a bit of an executive sponsor for that whole program. I don't expect to have much of an ongoing direct relationship with the property, but I'll pitch in and help on strategy and government relations where needed, and I will serve on the compliance committee.
Now, this is an easy one. Not that the other ones have been hard, but do you agree that Bally is in need of some capital expenditures?
Yes, I am. Yes, I do. I'm sorry.
Yeah. What has your role been so far in determining Bally's CapEx needs?
Well, it's really important to us, and George has made this perfectly clear. We want to make sure Bally's is competitive again and return it to its prior glory. So I've worked with George and with our Chief Marketing Officer Phil Giuliano to talk about what the strategy and vision for us and how it is will become competitive. I've then served as an interface with some of our consultants and with our construction and development team to start to understand exactly what it is that we need to do. So we've toured the property, we've started to outline the plans, and through the various correspondence that has been discussed already at this hearing, we've been refining our plan for what we want to try and do in the property.
So has there been a decision made on which projects CapEx money will be spent on?
Absolutely. Look, we're committed to making it a signature property again, right at the center of the boardwalk. We know it's going to take a lot of time, effort, and investment. Our guiding principle is to move as fast as we can without really interfering with the customer experience. We don't want to shut the property down. And George, through his personal experience, has learned the hard way that if you do too much all at once, it actually becomes a net negative. So we want to take the place over, improve the customer experience, make all the investments we want, but keep it operational and growing during this process. So yeah, we've got a fairly detailed plan over the next 5 years on what we want to do when.
All right, so what CapEx projects do you plan on at Bally's, and approximately when will they be worked on?
So what I've done here, Lloyd, is tried to categorize them into 7 groups to make it a little bit easier to explain and follow, just because there's so much happening. So let me tell you what the 7 are, and then maybe we can talk to each of them just a little more in terms of timing. So number 1 is the sports book. Number 2 is the hotel rooms. Number 3 are the restaurants. 4 is the casino floor. 5 is the spa and fitness center. 6 is convention, meeting, and banquet. And then 7 is just kind of a catch-all on maintenance. Those are the kind of the 7 categories that we've outlined, roughly speaking. It's a little arbitrary the way we've categorized them, but we think it kind of helps for us to discuss them.
Okay, so let's start at the beginning. The first one you mentioned was sportsbook.
Sure. So, and George has already talked about this a little bit. We understand that this doesn't count towards our CapEx number, but for us, it's all the same. It's money we're going to spend to invest in the property and improve it. So, but if it doesn't count towards that number, it doesn't count. But we view it exactly the same way, right? So assuming we get our approvals here, and then assuming we get approval for the temporary sports book, which we understand we still have a process to go through, we'd like to be able to open that as quickly as possible. We've identified the architect already and the contractor to do that. And if we receive the necessary approvals, we would try and have the temporary sports book open this calendar year. We've already made a lot of progress on the design for the permanent sports book. It's something we're really excited about. Again, assuming we get all the approvals. George mentioned 3 to 6 months. Our target is to have that done and open in March. Again, it depends on when we receive the approvals and how long it'll take us to build it, but that's what we're working towards.
And the next one you mentioned was hotel rooms.
Yeah, so this is a critically important one for us, and we view this as something that we have to get done before we can start to work on the convention center stuff and to attract those kind of businesses. Because if you don't have the right kind of hotel room product, it's just not going to work. So we recognize that there are at least 917 rooms that we're going to touch. Because it's an old property and it's kind of amalgamated, there are like 30 to 40 different types of rooms. So it's a little hard to give you kind of a nice, clear explanation on exactly what we're going to do where. But the basic thing is we know we need to touch all of those rooms that haven't been touched in 12 years. So it's 917 of them. The first thing we want to focus on is attracting premium players. So that's going through all the suites and creating another 30 to 40 mini suites by combining 2 rooms together. So they'll have a second bathroom. Simultaneously, we'll start with addressing all of the standard rooms as well. We want to do this in such a way that we minimize disruption. So this is something we would start right in 2021, and we think we would have all the rooms done probably by the end of 2022 or into early 2023. What we want to make sure is not only do we not disrupt the customer experience too much, but that we're able to absolutely minimize any effects during the summers.
Now, restaurants, everybody likes to eat. And eat well and eat in nice places and the like. So what is the idea for restaurants moving forward?
We have a lot of exciting ideas about restaurants, and that's something that we do in every one of our properties. So we're still working through, we're in negotiations with a bunch of different products that we're going to bring to the market. Our plan is to have a material turnover and change in our restaurant offerings by this summer, right? So, you know, there are some of the restaurants in the properties. We've been very successful bringing in a high-end Italian product to some of our other properties called Jerry Longo's Meatballs and Martinis. So we're thinking about that for this property as well. We also want to try and address the beach bar, but getting restaurants done and fixed by the summer of 2021 is something that's really important to us.
Next, you mentioned the casino floor. What's up on that?
So this is a big deal for us. It's something that's been very successful for us in other markets, and that is we really want to improve the value equation that we can offer to our customers by visiting our casinos and playing on our slot floors. So it's kind of a couple of step process. One is taking a hard, fresh look at all of the product that's there, making sure we modernize it, and continuing to refresh it over a 5-year period. So that's something we're going to do all the time. The second thing that we want to do, and this is something we would want to do right away in 2021, is update and upgrade the casino management system so that we can really try and do the kind of player rewards that we want, and also add an e-bonusing feature for all of the machines so that the more you play, the more specific targeted rewards you can get. That's something that's been very effective for us in other markets, and we want to bring it into this market.
The spa fitness center. I mean, I remember when Bally's opened, I mean, that was the spa in the East Coast almost. It was magnificent, but obviously it needs some attention.
Yeah, it needs a lot of attention, and we want it to be the spa once again. We kind of view this, so the first 4 items we talked about, we kick off right away, assuming we get all the necessary approvals. And let's just say we have those done by the end of 2022 or leading into 2023. So then that's when we would pick up with the spa and the next item. So we're really viewing this as a 2023 event to get the spa done. We need to do it right. It's a big area. There's a lot of space right there, but it's really not set up properly right now. You've got kind of a temporary fitness center that really isn't being used much in some racquetball courts. You've got a pool that needs some attention. It can be magnificent if we do it right, but we really need to think through exactly how we do it. It's a bit of an older space. It's kind of been mothballed for a while now. So Lloyd, that's going to require some effort for us, but you heard George talk about the vision. We want the spa and fitness center to be one of the central things that is a differentiator for us at the center of the boardwalk.
And there was mention that there's a significant amount of convention and meeting and ballroom and banquet space. So that's the next item that you mentioned. What is in store for that area?
Yeah, so that's something we want to do in tandem with the spa and the fitness center. As I mentioned, we really think we need to get the hotel rooms done first, or it's just not realistic to be competitive for the kind of conventions that we want. And then, you know, we're still working through our plans on that, but we know we need to do something with the ballroom, with the pre-function space. We need to clean up the meeting rooms. And George mentioned we want to do something about a permanent stage, lighting, sound, something where we can focus on the entertainment. So that's something we're going to have to address, but we also view that as a 2023 event.
So did Twin River work with construction experts, analysts to arrive at an approximate cost to complete the projects that you have described?
We did, but before we get to that, Lloyd, can I just touch on the 7th category very briefly?
Oh, maintenance. Sorry, that's my fault.
Yeah, no, and this is an important one, and this is something that, you know, the DGE was pretty clear with us. There are some items in here they really want to see us address. So we view maintenance kind of as a catch-all over the 5-year plan, but there are a bunch of things that we're going to start on right away. We know we need a new surveillance system. The hotel exterior is not what anyone wants it to be, and certainly doesn't live up to our standards. So we need to try and get in there and fix some of that right away. There are some aspects of the HVAC system, the elevators and the escalators, and some cleanup and maintenance work we need to do on the parking garage. So those are all things that we expect to happen relatively early in the 2021, possibly into 2022 time period. And then beyond that, we expect to continue to do maintenance CapEx over the 5-year period and beyond. So that was the 7th item. Now coming back to your question on consultants. Yeah, we actually engaged 2 separate consultants and we worked with them separately. So the first is a company called DND Construction Services. They're someone we've used for years. We use them on all of our construction and development projects. to serve as an outside consulting agency to help us go through the cost estimating process and then ultimately the bidding and the management process. We do have an internal construction and development team that's directly accountable for this, but this gives us some additional capacity and a little more expertise. The second is a new engagement for us. They're a consultant called Prospect Hotel Advisors. They've got a great resume in the hotel and gaming space. They were responsible for redoing the Cosmopolitan in Las Vegas. So we brought them in to give us and they also know the Atlantic City market well. We brought them in to give us their independent sense of what we need to do to make Bally's competitive again in Atlantic City.
Now, somehow what's in my mind now is the Philadelphia 76ers. So nobody knows why I'm saying that, but I'm saying that because as Camilla has rightly pointed out, we have said various numbers as we have gone through this process of what we thought it would take to make this property competitive from a CapEx perspective and a maintenance perspective. And now, as you know, we are at a figure of 90 million plus. When I say the 76ers, because although they have not yet gotten to where they want to be, they called it the process. And so I'm assuming that during the time that you've been looking at Bally's and maybe touring it, talking to experts and whatever, that coming up with a number for CapEx has sort of been a process. Would you agree with that?
I would absolutely agree with it. And it's been a little bit of a unique process because of COVID, right? So we haven't had the kind of flexibility and freedom to travel that we otherwise might have had earlier in this process of going from contract signing to closing.
And also, you were dealing with an occupied building. So, you know, when you go to buy a house, it's much easier to go and really look at that house when it's vacant, as opposed to when the kids are running around and the like. So has that sort of inhibited a bit to get to a number that you want to, by the fact that you're trying to examine a building that's already occupied?
Yeah, it absolutely has, but we feel like we've now gotten to the point through a series of visits and the work of our consultants that we've got a much better handle on at least the minimum amount that's required.
And that's the 90 million?
That's correct.
Now, if after you take possession of the property, you see that in order to complete those projects or see that there are other improvements the property needs in order to be competitive that you had not contemplated, and that you'll have to spend even more money than you presently anticipate, would Twin River be willing to spend that extra money?
Yes, unquestionably. Look, this is our CEO has made this perfectly clear. It's a point of personal pride to him. We have no choice but to be successful in Atlantic City, and we'll do whatever is required to make sure that we are.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Division, your witness? Okay, excellent point there. We'll take a 10-minute break to give our stenographer a little break as well. So we'll return at 3:15. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I think we're ready to resume.
Just confirm that Darlene is there.
Darlene, are you on?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Thank you. Division, your witness.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Crisafulli. How are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing well,
Good.
all things considered. Well, we're almost done, so doing better and better. How about that?
Fair enough.
Okay, so I'm glad you went over the 7 areas of the capital expenditure plan that you submitted to us. And I'm glad that you are now testifying, because I hear you are the person that I have to speak about in regards to this so famous plan, so much famous plan. So just so we cover our bases, you have read our report, sir?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so you are aware of the conditions imposed in our report?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And you were part of the preparation of these capital expenditure letters and commitments prepared for the division?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And now we have heard a lot, extensive testimony about the 90 million increase to this minimum capital expenditure, and that it is exclusive of the sports wagering facility, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not sure if you are aware, but condition number 5 in our report also had language that suggested that, a lot of it, about 12 to 24 months of the total money had to be expended within the 12 to 24 months because of our concerns that the Bally's property needed that money up front in order to be competitive. Are you aware of that condition?
Yes, I am. My memory is that it's within the first 12 months, 21 million, and then to a total of 37 million by the 24-month anniversary.
Okay, so perhaps now those conditions would also be subject to change now that the number has increased. I would like you to be made aware of that, since it is 90 million now on the table versus 65 million.
I appreciate that. I would just encourage you to give us some latitude, because we don't want to spend too much too quickly and disrupt it, right?
No, and it would be obviously consistent with what was said before in the report, and it would be obviously discussed in advance. Just
Great.
because we also had notice of this increase just today.
Understood.
Understood. I'm grateful to hear that. Are you that your CEO's commitment to the Bally's company? And I'm sorry, let me go back with that. It seems that you are also in agreement with your CEO's commitment to the companies, to Bally's and to Atlantic City, and that a capital expenditure plan is going to be submitted to the division's review as soon as, if ICA is granted, should I say?
That is correct.
Okay, and that would detail the 90 million plan, and then again, any other changes to our condition number 5.
That is correct.
Okay. I just want to go over really quick. You mentioned the sports book. I know I asked Mr. Pepinier this. When do you anticipate the temporary sports book and the permanent sports book to be implemented, just so we have some details on the record?
So again, this is all subject to approval from the DG, so I don't want to write. But we would love to have the temporary one operational by mid-December and the permanent one with FanDuel by March. Those are our internal targets.
Mid-March, okay.
Yeah.
And then I noted that you had specific, like really important matters for you guys, including the hotel rooms. 917 rooms, which haven't been renovated in more than a decade. And those would be target ones that would be approached early on in your renovation projects. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that you would be bringing exciting new restaurants or, and those were targeted for summer of 2022, is that?
No, actually summer of 21. So we want to try and we're actively working now on the restaurants. And
Okay.
I don't know that we'll have them all done for this upcoming summer, but we want to have as many done as we can for this summer.
I feel like it's cold already. That's why I didn't understand that part already, but okay. I understand. Okay. And are there any concerns with the COVID restrictions there since we are limited in New Jersey to 25%?
Well, we're building our plan as if by the time we get to the summer, the 25% limitation won't be there. We haven't really thought about how that would work yet, if it still exists, but like we just did this with our property in Lincoln. We just built a new restaurant. We're planning to open it next week, and we'll manage through the requirements because for us, it's not a short-term thing to get the restaurants up and running. It's part of our long-term strategy for the property.
And I know that for you in the past, casino floor and restructuring of the floors have been very important and have been, I guess they have yielded results for the company, great results. I don't know if this coincides also with the rewards program or if you can elaborate how the two coincides. I know Caesars rewards will be available for customers right now, but if you could elaborate how Twin Rivers will, merge all of these concepts, that would be great.
So if I can just try and simplify it, there's kind of a 3-step process when it relates to that. And this put aside the e-bonusing where we can just reward additional players at the unit, right? So essentially, step 1 is we've got the total rewards program with Caesars that we can take advantage of during the TSA, okay?
Yes.
At the same time, my understanding, although this isn't my area of expertise, my understanding is that we'll also have a memory of all of the play levels for our players, even though they're getting total rewards. So it's like they're earning double benefits. They're getting benefits in the total rewards program and also with us. So step 2 is we finished with the TSA. We've got our own program right now and we can reward those players. Step 3 is then we implement a company-wide one-card program that our CEO George mentioned, where we've now got it integrated with all of the other properties. We won't be ready for step 3 when we're done with the TSA and we go to step 2 in Bally's Atlantic City.
You will not, I'm sorry,
We will not, no. It'll be a little bit longer before we're ready with the one card program across our entire enterprise.
But will customers have some kind of a program for Bally's AC?
Yes, they will. And that's the step 2. And in that step 2 portion, they're also going to get credit for what they've spent with us while they were getting simultaneous rewards with total rewards as well.
Okay, understood. And then, so before we jump into that, since you mentioned the TSA, are you also familiar with the TSA and the process that with Caesars and that whole agreement?
So I'm broadly familiar. I can try and answer some questions. And if you want to get into a lot of detail, I might refer us to Michael Monty, who's the one who led that effort for us. But I think I can try and answer your questions.
Yeah, it'll be fairly simple. I think it'll be fairly simple. It's just as I understand it, it's a temporary service agreement which will facilitate the operations of the facility for Twin Rivers to operate Bally's, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And our Twin River management key areas in the transition of assets and operations from, let me simplify this. The TSA will include IT systems, casino operations, employee, Department of HR, promotional advertisements. So my question, I asked this before, are you guys prepared then at that point to take over and assume those responsibilities? Because it is such a limited time, I believe 6 months, that you will have this TSA.
Yes, and we're entirely comfortable with that when we're ready. The way the TSA works is we're able to convert and take over responsibility for any individual area as soon as we're ready. So for example, we'll use their personnel system, but Maria Johnson, who were introduced earlier, she indicated that she thinks she can probably be ready by the end of November to take that element over. So that one goes away. We have a lot of experience doing this. We've done it with El Dorado in both Kansas City and Vicksburg. In Kansas City, we needed them for 5 weeks. Vicksburg, we added another month, so it took us 9 weeks to do the full cutover. It's a little more complicated here in New Jersey, just because of the separation from Wild Wild West.
Right.
And the Caesar side of things is a little more complex than the El Dorado side. But a good gauge would be about 3 months. So we think we have more than enough time to get all this done. And the big item there is really the IT cutover for all of their systems. So we're targeting, it's possible that happens in January. It's likely it happens in February. Kind of March is the outside date for us to be done with that.
Understood. And I think if we want to go back to, I'll go back to this question in a little bit, but I know that Mr. Papanier mentioned that one area, and you explained it again, that one area you guys want to stand out for is the spa and fitness center and bring back Bally's to its former glory in that regard. But in the projected, and you did explain this to us again, that you don't see that happening until much later, 2023 perhaps, right? And, that struck me because if it is going to be a differentiator for the market, why not, maybe start it at maybe in advance or at the beginning? Could you just elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a chicken and egg process until we have the rest of the property up to the standards that we need it to be able to attract and offer the spa amenities to the kind of consumers that can take advantage of it. We need the hotel rooms done first. So it's really a combination of, number one, sequencing it properly so that by the time we do it, the rest of our property is ready for it. And we can offer the kind of comprehensive customer experience that we want to offer to that premium player. If we just kind of rush it up really quickly and we don't have the right hotel room, we actually now have burned our brand with those customers in that they've come in, they kind of haven't gotten the experience they want. And we may get a little bit of a short-term lift from the spa, but we're actually hurting our success chances long-term. We want to make sure by the time we open the spa and it's ready, those customers that are going to take advantage of those higher end services will have the complete experience they want. So it's positive and they do it again and again and again.
So if I understand you completely, you want to make sure you have your renovations complete for your room, your facade is in agreement with your standards in Twin River, your surveillance system is up to date, and all the operational matters are up to date to Twin River standard and to obviously the regulatory system standards, correct?
Yes.
Okay, before jumping into any other projects that may seem just at a later point to make more sense, and maybe even for COVID reasons at this point in time.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's an excellent point.
Okay. And then, so lastly, or just semi-lastly, what is Twin Rivers management and employee level plans for Bally's over the next few years? I know that I mentioned it previously. You guys seem to not have a mentality of cost cutting, to be efficient in your budgeting, of course, but not to want to, it's been a concern of ours raised in our report that Bally's has a history of being disproportionately cutting employees in the industry. And we hope that that's reverted somehow. So I would like your take on that.
Sure. So there are two things I can tell you about that. And then I would just, if it's okay, refer you to Nick, who's testifying next.
Absolutely.
So the first thing is we made an express commitment, which we stand by and reaffirm right now that we're not reducing the levels. And then the second is because of our investment in these new amenities and new products that by definition has with it enhanced employment levels to provide all of these services. So that's really about the best that I can do for you, but I would just ask you to ask Nick when he comes up next.
Absolutely. And again, do you see any issues with the company complying with any of the conditions imposed by the DGE or any conditions recommended by the DGE that would be imposed by the commission should ICA be granted?
I see no issue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Crisafulli.
Thank you.
Mr. Levinson, any redirect?
No, sir.
Hearing none, can you call your next witness, please? I'm sorry. Excuse me. Commissioner Cooper, I'm
My
sorry.
next witness is Commissioner Cooper.
I swear. Mr. Crisafulli, am I saying that correctly?
That's correct. No T, but that's okay. Everyone wants to put a T in there.
I think I've been doing that. I apologize. Crisafulli.
No worries.
Okay. Thank you for being here today or with us. Looking at the capital expenditures, which I've been asking along the way, and you explained that in detail. Sounds great. I wrote down the 7 groups. One area, if you would just elaborate, if you can. I've got sports books, hotel, restaurants, casino, spa, convention, maintenance, surveillance. Looking at the restaurants, if you would, are you able to share, let's say some of your larger, I don't want to say more expensive, but some of your gourmet rooms, will they be, I'm going to say name brand, which could be, and I don't want to go in, I'm being very careful not to say specific name brands, but names that if you're in New York, you'll recognize a steakhouse. If you're in Los Angeles, you'll recognize a trademark, let's say a steakhouse. Will your restaurants be, shall we say, well-known, where it could be Italian, steak, fish, or will they be, let's say, restaurants that might be in your company, which could be a great steakhouse, a great Italian, great fish, but not that internationally, I'm going to say maybe a trademark restaurant. Could you elaborate just a little bit more on the gourmet rooms?
So, Commissioner Cooper, it's an excellent question, and I'm probably going to disappoint you a little bit with the answer, but we're not entirely sure yet. We're in negotiations on some of those things, and we're not sure how it's going to play out. Generally speaking, our philosophy is to bring along certain critical brands that aren't necessarily the internationally known brands, but to really offer an outstanding product and to make sure we're serving a need in the market. We view restaurants absolutely as a leader for us in Atlantic City. We're very excited to do some of the things we're talking about. I'm just not sure yet that we will end up with the kind of international brand you're referencing, but we expect to invest heavily and to be successful in this area, and we're really excited about what we're going to bring to the market.
Sounds great. And just to add to that, I know each of the 7 groups, everything that you mentioned is very, very, very important. You put all 7 groups together, you're going to have a phenomenal property. But for the casino, for the experience, I know so many of them, personally, so many of my friends will say, oh, where are we going to, we're going out on a Saturday night. Where are we going to eat? They're going to gamble, they're going to drink, they want to hear some entertainment, but where are we going to eat? And your answer is perfect, so that's great right there. With marketing, and I know I asked Mr. Papanir some questions about marketing and cross-marketing, and a moment ago you mentioned there's the Caesars Rewards, there's step 1, step 2, or pardon me, step 1, step 2, step 3, where each, as it's progressing to where it's just going to be step 3. Are you able at this time, if you're able to, mention some of the marketing and some of the marketing incentives that will be part of your step 3? Can you share any of that now?
So I cannot share any of that right now. What I can tell you is we have an outstanding chief marketing officer in Phil Giuliano, and he's really one of the reasons that we feel like we're so successful every time we take one of these properties over, because he has just a phenomenal marketing playbook and program that we've specialized and honed over the years, and we launch it in the market, and we know how to find the players and reward them and give them the kind of experience they're looking for. If you look at almost every one of our acquisitions, within months of acquiring it and refocusing and repurposing the marketing programs, we're able to deliver significant top-line growth.
Okay, to that, and I understand, even in his introduction, it was AC Phil, and
yes,
born and raised in Atlantic City, so that makes me happy as well. Just a little bit more, and again, if you can, with the marketing, to that, are you able to comment or, again, expand on anything additional that you're going to be doing to be competitive in this Atlantic City gaming industry? I don't want to list all the other casinos. Each one has its specialty. We've got the Boardwalk ones, the Bay. Each one has their flavor, so to speak. And again, you've mentioned, we've had some wonderful testimony today. Is there anything you can personally add that's going to make this property just extra special?
So we are very excited to make it extra special. I think it's a combination of all of the investments that we're making and kind of the renewed approach to the market. I hope you can see just the level of passion and energy and excitement this team has to be coming into Atlantic City and to be making a difference. You know, Phil often talks about the promise that he's going to make to the customers in Atlantic City and how we're going to deliver upon that promise. So I can't really offer anything more than that, Commissioner. We could always try and have Phil testify if you'd like to try and get into a little more detail, but it's something we're very excited about. I know he's got a grand vision and he can't wait to deliver upon it.
To that answer, which is perfect. Well, when I say perfect, that answers my question there. With regard to Atlantic City, and I also had asked this of Mr. Papanir, and you might have some further comments regarding what type, if any, community involvement will we expect or can we expect to see from Twin River? Again, I don't know what's your policy, your guidelines, your involvements in other jurisdictions, but you know, can we also see a Twin River presence in Atlantic City, Atlantic County, in the community, and what type of community involvement might we expect?
100% yes. It is something that is very important to us in every one of our communities. Right now, we're still in the process of amalgamating all of these different markets. So we don't have overall corporate guidelines, but as I mentioned in my introduction, one of my responsibilities is supporting the board of directors on our environment, social, and governance committee considerations. And so we actually have a team. Nick, who's going to testify next, and he can talk a little bit about Atlantic City, is on the team. Maria's on the team. Craig Eaton's on the team. So all these people that you've seen already. And as a team, we're taking a fresh look at between now and February in what we want our overall philosophy and approach to be in terms of investing in our communities and investing in people and diversity hiring. All of these things that we do episodically in different properties, we want to make a corporate-wide mission for us. So over the next couple of months, we'll be rolling that out, but we absolutely intend to have a forceful and significant presence in the community in Atlantic City.
Okay. And one other question, and I'm not sure if it's been answered. Of the 4 witnesses today, will any of you be on the property, let's say full-time, or can we expect like a lot of your, I don't want to say presence, will any of you be there full-time or a good deal of the time?
So that would be Nick.
Okay. Then I will save the next question for him.
Great.
Mr. Crisafulli, thank you so very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooper.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just a few questions, sir. Caesars will be retaining the Wild West Casino inside Bally's. How will you separate that from your property? What's your plan there?
So I believe there's already a separation that's happening, and so I think we'll implement that. We then intend to try and make a real nice presence as you're walking over from that property into our property. We want to add some additional amenities on the concourse and other things to make it really attractive, but they will be separate properties.
Now, I do appreciate your sense of urgency on trying to upgrade the property. Are you experiencing work delays because of COVID or supply issues on getting renovations of any of your buildings anywhere in the country?
A little. Nothing that's not manageable. I think we've seen it less on the supply side and a little bit more on the labor side. So projects just seem to be taking a little bit longer. And part of that is related to sourcing of labor, and part of it's related to the actual conditions under which you have to operate a construction project right now, which makes it a little bit slower. So, you know, it's one of the considerations for us. And this is why I said earlier, we want to be careful about making sure there's too stringent of a commitment in the first year, because while we'll be in a position to go very quickly on the sports books, it could take us a little bit longer just to get everything up and operational on doing the hotel rooms because of those factors.
Thank you. You answered all my questions. We appreciate your testimony today. Ms. Kaufman, your next witness?
Yes, my next witness is, you've heard a lot about him, and now here he is, Nick Polcino.
Hello,
Ms. Pacino, would you please state your name for the record?
my name is Nicholas J. Polcino Jr.
Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Nick, what is your current title, or what was your current title up until maybe days ago, and what will your title be with Bally's Atlantic City?
My title just recently has been the Vice President and General Manager of Dover Downs, which will be a similar title with some executive gaming put into it at Bally's.
And could you tell the commissioners about your background that they've heard a little bit of, but not the full story? Well,
I don't want to upscale AC Phil, but I was working on the Atlantic City Boardwalk from the time I was 14 years old on the piers, and I'm probably one of the few people on this panel that actually saw the high horse and was on the real steel pier at one point. Moving forward a few years, my parents moved us to offshore Pleasantville, where that's where I had most of my education, my formal education, and got into the casino business actually at Bally's in 1979. I was one of the original crap dealers that opened Bally's on opening day 1979. So for me, it's a Cinderella story to come back as the GM of the property, and as George and Phil and some others alluded to, it has to be successful.
And George and Steve and Mark alluded to your success at Dover Downs. Could you tell us a little about just kind of even what your high level things that helped you turn that property around in many ways in terms of, being successful financially?
Well, that question, and I want to, thank Steve earlier. None of these things I've done alone. You have a board and a senior management team behind you that makes it easy to make decisions when you're the general manager. So we made a lot of decisions on the casino floor, moving tables, putting those things in the right place to correspond with entrances and restaurants, which increased revenue. We also moved some restaurants, made more intimate restaurants with some lounge entertainment that was very successful. One of the ones that was mentioned earlier was Jerry Longo's Meatballs and Martinis. That's been very successful, not only for the casino patrons, but in the community. So it's a big community restaurant as we speak. Other than my employees, that's my main forte, is being able to build these teams and find diamonds in the rough. So we found a couple diamonds in the rough here, and we were able, with Phil's team, marketing team, to together build a good PD department and a good marketing effort.
So speaking of you building a team, you had a good team, or have a good team at Dover Downs. The division, as you heard, the division had some concerns about historically Bally's being understaffed, and Mark did address our plans generally for staffing. Are you going to be bringing any of your successful management team helped you at Dover Downs with you.
Yes, we're going to bring Frank Policastro as the Executive Director of Gaming. And as casino manager, we're bringing Catherine, forget her last name.
Grasso.
Grasso, I know her as Cat. Two very good experienced casino people. Frank's been in Atlantic City from the days of resorts. So we've assembled a team that understands Atlantic City, knows a lot of the players, knows a lot of the employees around town. So we're not entering into a market that we don't fully understand. Bally's to me is a dream come true to come back as the general manager after 41 years of being in the gaming business. To come back, I would never believe that I'd be standing on the floor. I was in there last week standing in front of crap games that some of them are in the same exact place they were 40 years ago. Of course, they're newer games, but same place.
The marketing strategies in general, were discussed by, and asked to, George, and Mark. But as the person who is going to be on the ground, that is on the ground there, do you have anything to add on any other thoughts on driving, increasing your customer base? And if you don't, that's been covered a lot, so don't worry.
No. We have great marketing leadership, starting with Phil. Phil's been able to assemble, and he has a quality to get the right people to execute, me included. Phil took me when I was in Biloxi as vice president of gaming operations, and he put me in charge of player development. So Phil had an eye. We took player development there, moved it into levels that the property had never seen, and grew table games phenomenally in that market. And also before COVID in this market, we were moving table games right in the right direction, a lot of pluses, and COVID kind of slowed us down a little bit, but we're moving back in that direction again.
The retail sports book and iGaming and, has been discussed. Do you have anything to add to incorporating your marketing plans? I'm presuming there might be a strategy there, or what are your thoughts? You're familiar, obviously, because Delaware has iGaming. You're one of the few states. So, in addition to all your other qualifications, you are, one of the rare executives on the East Coast that has that iGaming experience. Do you have anything to add?
To George's point, iGaming, Atlantic City does iGaming probably better than any other jurisdiction. We have some issues in Delaware. We don't, market it the way we need to because there's not that much profitability in it here in Delaware. So for me, entering into the iGaming market in Atlantic City is going to be huge. I think it's going to help the brick and mortar based on marketing strategies that Phil and his team have. So, I think it's going to be a huge experience for us and a huge home run teaming up with FanDuel.
Well, I agree, but again, that's irrelevant. Commissioner Cooper asked about community involvement, and Mark touched on it, particularly as a local, and I know there is nothing formulated yet, but I guess could you address your commitment to community involvement?
Well, my community involvement started with the company back in Biloxi. We had a huge team there, the Culture Club, and where we fed the needy, packed bags for school children, donated to local charities. Since I've been GM here on this property, I'm a member of the tourism committee, which is very active in the community with all the local events from bicycle rides to runs and things of that sort, food bank giveaways. I instituted a committee for charitable giveaways in the community. So the way we do it here at Dover is we look at Dover first the state second, and then everybody else outside, which in New Jersey would be Atlantic City, Atlantic County, and the state.
We talked about CapEx on the property and what Twin River is going to be doing there. There are some areas around where Bally's is located that perhaps could use some neighborhood improvement. Is that a location, as they say?
I spoke at length with Phil Giuliano on what Phil is calling beautification of the community. And I think that in order for us to be a true partner in the community, we need to be part of that with the city, the state, and any other local people that can be involved in that. We want to be a direct part of that in the community, in the community beautification. So it's very important that people come to Atlantic City first. We all want them to come to our brick and mortar properties, but unless they're willing to come to Atlantic City, you're not going to get them to your property. So beautification is very important to this team here and myself, being a resident of Atlantic City years ago.
Okay, and everyone has touched on this, but again, as the one who is on the ground, I guess, and you are doing this already at Dover Downs, but how, I guess, are you adapting your marketing strategies and just knowing that you're buying this property during COVID? How are you managing the employee expectations and just getting started?
The philosophy's been since I've been in charge, and even when I was in charge of PD, again, a lot of what I do is execution. When we meet with Phil and his group, and Phil meets with the team individually, we decide how aggressive we're going to make our calendar, and we're definitely going to be aggressive in Atlantic City. And as far as the marketing, the direct marketing, without going into it, Phil can say, we have what we like to call the secret sauce. And our secret sauce is basically based on player behavior. So that being said, I won't say anything more about that unless Phil wants to jump in. But our secret sauce is the deal. Secret sauce is the deal. It's the real deal.
Well, I am not going to ask you all the questions I was planning to ask you, since they were answered by most people more than once. So unless you want to add anything, but believe me, I'm sure you're going to get to answer a lot of questions. I'm going to say that's the end of my direct and turn it over to the division.
Well, I just want to say it's at one point when I left Atlantic City 23 years ago, I thought Atlantic City was done with me, and it's a great honor for George Papanier and the group to give me an opportunity to come back where it all started, and hopefully not end my career, but at least have a high note where I started. So.
Well, I think everybody feels the opposite, that they're fortunate to have you coming back. So thank you. Camilla?
Yes, I'm right here.
Okay.
No, I did not leave yet. Hello, Mr. Polchino. How are you today?
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well. I was going to say, are you familiar with AC? But you've answered that. You're not AC Phil, but you're certainly close enough. Cinderella story. So I'll start with just what's your current view of the AC market?
It's very competitive, and for us, with all the capital investments we have, we'll certainly make our mark. We're determined and passionate to do that. But the market itself is very competitive, and that goes for the employment level, the beautification of the city. There's lots of things that need to be done in Atlantic City to bring us to the next level. And bringing us into the fold, or Twin River buying Bally, is a big step going into the right direction. We're going to be, a property that's singly owned in the city. We don't have to, we don't have 3 other properties in the city that we're competing against ourselves, which I think is very important and is very good with our marketing program.
I heard you speak about, how successful you were in Dover Downs, and that was a reflection of the senior team that you had behind you. So it speaks to how much of a team player you are and the people that you're bringing with you. I just wanted to have your take on what the employees that you'll build here in Atlantic City, if you have met any of them at this point, or if you feel like the company will back you up in developing the same level of support you had at the other property.
I feel the support will definitely be there. They gave me the support of the vice president of the gaming operations in Biloxi to build the gaming teams there along with PD. And so far on this property, it will be the same way. I'm a believer that you have to make the employees be engaged, right? And some of our company mantra is, you know, the customer, the employee, the shareholders, and then compliance. And once you build a team that's has all that built into it, and you make them part of the marketing, I believe everybody on the property is part of marketing. It's not just a marketing team or a marketing individual. You have to have a Phil on the top, but everybody needs to market the property. And when you get the employees fully engaged, and that's my expertise, and I do that by meeting with them individually on a regular basis.
And I'm glad you said that, because I know you mentioned Phil a few times, but I wanted to know your take on how you intend to build your customer base in AC, or Premier's customer base in AC, because we heard a lot about the Caesars Reward. We heard about the 3 steps, in that Caesars Rewards and the integration of the Twin River program. But how will we attract customers to Twin Rivers or to Premier?
Well, as we said earlier, we have part of the database from the TSA. But other than that, we've already begun here in Dover. We cross-marketed our Biloxi property. We cross-marketed our Twin River property already successfully, very successfully, things that we've done. And in my opinion, although Pennsylvania and New York are strong markets, there's a market in Maryland that we can go to, and Virginia. So I don't think we're tapping those markets the way we should. And Phil and I have talked about that on occasion.
Okay. And do you anticipate any effect from COVID-19 or from current health crisis that will affect your customer base as it stands now?
From history, from what I've seen so far, some of the better players or more educated players that speak to me on a regular basis stay away because they're just waiting for it to be over. So from that standpoint, it does have some negative to it. But once, we're not going into this property thinking COVID's going to last forever. We're going into this thing figuring it's going to be over, and we're going to be successful and compete at a high level. I mean, when I was at Bally's, and it was made reference there, I was a proud dealer there and a proud box person there, and it was #1 for many months, right? And it did compete, was very high on the market level. So now I'm going into there and dead last. Well, I'm not a dead last person, so we need to, there's only one way to go, and it's up, and we got the team to do it. That's just the way I feel. I'm excited about going and sinking my teeth into it.
You also discussed sports wagering, iGaming, your experience in that, that marketing is going to be huge, and that it certainly will help the brick and mortar. And of course, assuming COVID is not going to be with us forever, how will that play into the brick and mortar? How will that play into your management style, or the operations as a whole?
We'll certainly have some type of rewards program to draw people in from the sports betting operation into the brick and mortar. All those details I don't have as of yet, but I really do believe that it's going to grow the brick and mortar.
And I'm not going to ask about your secret sauce. So
That's our secret sauce. Every attack makes the best tomato sauce, right? We have our,
That's all I have for you, Mr. Pacino. Thank you.
thank you.
Mr. Cooper?
A couple questions. Mr. Pulcino, thank you for being with us today. I just want to acknowledge one thing that you had already mentioned, but just want to acknowledge it. Very, very pleased, very happy with your answer, with your responses actually, about the community involvement in your plans and the different ways you get involved with the community. I just think on a personal note, that's always so important. I'm very, very happy with what I heard, so I just wanted to mention that first. With this particular property, of the four witnesses that we've heard today, will one of you be on the property full-time or a lot of the time?
I will be on the property full-time,
Okay.
most of the time, especially in the beginning, yes.
Okay. Now, my next question is, it's almost like saying, do you have a favorite child? Of all the Twin River properties, or all the properties in the portfolio, and also keeping in mind your connection to Atlantic City and Bally, that's wonderful. I'm very, very pleased with that. What makes this property, Bally, what makes this so very attractive? And going forward, will this be something that you'll include in your marketing and your promotions? Some of the things that makes this property, and again, putting your others aside, but what would you personally say about this property going forward? What's so exciting?
What's very exciting to me is it's a great brand, Bally's, that sits in the center of the city, as we talked about before. They're great pluses. It sits on the Atlantic City Boardwalk that's world-renowned. It sits on the boardwalk with one of the best beaches around in Atlantic City. So to me, they're all assets, and to me, that's what makes me proud to come back to Atlantic City. I get to run on the boardwalk again, and I get to be part of something. I get to be part of something that did not die, that was on life support, and I get to be part of bringing it back with a full operating team here, if that makes sense.
No, it does. It does. And again, without revealing anything that might be considered confidential, and this also, this question, it's actually a part of what I just asked. Is there anything you would like to add? And again, I'm almost considering you local because of your connections with Bally, et cetera. Anything else that you'll be doing? And keeping in mind that you're going to be on the property, that you're going to be involved in Atlantic City, particularly with some of the things that are going on. I don't want to use the word handicaps right now, but there are other issues. Is there anything that you would like to add that, again, is going to make this property extra special, going to make it competitive, considering what's going on in the world right now? And again, I'm referring to the COVID. What else can we expect as the general manager?
Well, as the general manager, I'm sure there's a lot of managers that have a similar management style as myself, but I believe solely in talking to people individually and small teams in departments. It's all the teams that make the property. It's the property that makes the company. So at the end of the day, if you're not talking or engaging with employees or getting them to engage in the property, not just with me, then we fail. So it's about engagement. It's about always being willing to have that open door policy, to talk to them on a regular basis. Now that being said, that's going to be a little bit difficult on a property that has 1,300 plus employees, 1,900 plus employees.
Okay. I think, and well, again, what's your plans? I believe at this point, my questions have all been answered. Want to wish you good luck, and I remember the diving course too. We can say, how many people can say that? I had to add that.
How about Stars of Tomorrow? Do you remember that?
Very well.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Moving right along here.
I'll explain that later.
Sir, when you got at Dover, how did you increase their attractiveness?
Well-
other than the secret sauce?
Well, like I said, it's really a team effort, and we all speak to one another. The ideas can come from frontline people all the way up the ladder, and we discussed things right away that we thought were wrong with, dated restaurants, how we were going to make them more intimate. We definitely did not like the casino floor. We reevaluated the floor. We moved tables around to make it more inviting to the players, and it did. It made it more inviting. Changing the lighting, changing the way the tables looked and where they were. It didn't look so empty. It didn't look like a warehouse. And that being said, those philosophies work. We also worked on table minimums. It was a very low-end table game place. So we increased those kinds of things. And we also found, we tapped in on the Asian market here that they said it was non-existent, which was not true. They just kept the mini bot game closed all the time. We opened it with no marketing and did $1 million the first month, or first 3 months. I don't want Phil to get excited.
So those best practices at Dover, you think you can replicate it here at Bally's, or, Dover, that's a much smaller operation, right?
Well, we have more slot machines than at Bally. Definitely more table games at Bally. Yes, we can replicate some of what I've said, just by some change in design.
Are you going to drag, you think you coming up to Bally's, you're going to bring the Dover, some of the Dover people up? Is that the plan too? You're to cross-pollinate?
Sure, that's always part of the plan, but, there's no Delaware people on this call, is there? I invite everyone to Atlantic City when I go. Once I'm there, everybody's welcome.
In general, what do you think Atlantic City, we were on the rebound prior to COVID. Things were really moving along. You were here 41 years ago and you're coming back. I know you've been visiting the property. We appreciate your comments. You do have to beautify that area. You got to become part of that community there. You're right. To attract people, it's got to look attractive. And what you've been saying today throughout all the witnesses, I think you are going to upgrade the property, not only your property, but the surrounding areas. What other challenges do you see Atlantic City from your 41-year lens?
I guess employment would be my answer. I mean, it's tough to get people to come in and be fully dedicated, like we were early on. When I left Atlantic City 17 years ago, I think that was beginning to happen, where there wasn't a pride in being in the casino business or being in the service industry as there was prior. And I just think that's an issue that needs to be brought back.
Good observation. That's all I had. Thank you for your testimony today.
Do we have any questions based on you guys' questions?
Any follow-up?
Not for me, Chairman.
Okay. Lloyd, no follow-up?
Nope.
With that being said,
Any other witnesses? Not on.
okay. Do you have any other witnesses that you would like to call today?
No, sir. Nope.
With that being said, we're going to do a recess till tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock, and then we will begin the closing arguments at 11 tomorrow morning. So again, thank you for all your testimony today and your time. We'll recess till 11 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.